How we doing, folks? Good morning. Happy Monday. Welcome to the week. Start a couple of resubs to start us off this morning. Karg, appreciate the over 2 years. Apoc, thank you for the baker's dozen. 13, it's almost 14. Rolling right on up. Hey, Rhino. Manaphy, Drudagon, Lickilicky. Okay, are you two color energy for that? I can see that being alright. Kamikaze, thank you for the 20 months. Good morning, welcome back. Yeah, we're gonna play, there's a community tournament at 9 a.m. here in about 2 minutes, so we're gonna play Infernape in that. I got a couple of viewer decks queued up already. We're gonna do some Dragonite to start with those. We got 2 minutes till the tournament starts, so I'm gonna get the first of those loaded up here, I think. Not Dragonite Magnezone. I think Dragonite Magnezone's kind of a cop-out. Putting Magnezone with a card that's bad is, kind of a, yeah, okay, alright. Dragonair. Hey, Paper Dart, thank you for the absurdly generous tier 3. I appreciate the 14 months. Welcome back. Glad you're enjoying Pocket as well. I know I am. The Omega, thank you for the 7 months. Little flared Manaphies. What's this deck? Articuno. And trainers from here, it looks like. Favorites. Communication. Capes. And then 2 Misty. She's probably favorite Misty. We searched for her enough. The full art trainers see enough play. The Omega, thank you for re-upping. Appreciate the 7 months. Welcome back. Yeah, we're loading up our first viewer deck here, but we're gonna need to play our tournament match before we play with this. Just had a couple of minutes to fill. Great, looks like we're playing against the Skarmory Magnezone deck for the first round here. Infernape primarily to dumpster eggs and decent into other metal stuff. 140 is just a good break point right now. So 140 clears Darkrai's, it clears Magnezones. It also happens to clear Executors, which is nice. And I'm playing a couple of Heatmores to clear Executes extra early. I'm curious to see how that feels into other things. Daddly, thank you for the 20 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. We should put our like the stream poll up on the YouTube side. Only 30. Shout out to the 30 like button pressers that did that before we got there. Hey, Taco Collector. Thank you for the 2/3 of a year. I appreciate that. Welcome back. $120 to clear Pikachu is the first meta, 130 for Celebi, and now 160. Now 140 is the big number. Yeah, kinda. It's worth noting though that the 130 and the 120 were very similar because the 130s were largely things that did 120 plus a Giovanni. All right, we're gonna play some Monkey this morning. I've been working on some builds of this. I think it's a fun anti-meta deck into Executor stuff, and I'm curious to see how it feels into other things we have going on today. We are playing round 1 against Skarmory Magnezone. They have 1 Heatran as their 5th basic. They very notably do not have a copy of... They notably are not playing Leaf or X-Speed. So if they're going to want to pull this out, it's going to cost them an energy to do so. Narrator, they did in fact want to pull it out. With one of their capes already burned, I think I'm less likely to need Spirit Tube than Heatmore, so I'm gonna go ahead and Communication this back and see if we could fish up our stage 1. We cannot. Think we just start chipping with Heatmore. Opponent is notably on 2 copies of Sabrina and 1 copy of Cyrus, so I think I want to play the other Heatmore out here. I do have a 2nd copy of Communication in my deck, but I think insulating this from getting tapped for 50 and then Cyrus down is not good. That's an interesting decision. I wonder if that was a mistake. They're supposed to... They're going to need energy to retreat this anyways. Feels like that's maybe a slip up. Noteworthy here that Skarmory is unfortunately weak to lightning and not fire, so it's going to take our sad little Heatmore a few turns here. I'm holding this Chimchar because 1, I might want to Spirit Tomb here, but 2, I want to save this in case we top deck our other Pokemon Communication. There's Monferno. We'll do this. Are we playing this out now? I think we're playing this out now. Because this is going down next turn anyways. I wonder if it was right to truffle shuffle these so that way they don't take their first point. But I also feel like if you know what? Playing this out is wrong because they're on 2 Sabrinas. That could cost me the game if they find their way into their Magnezones. Yeah, then playing this out was wrong. I think a couple mistakes in rows. I think I should have shuffled these, and I think I should have held this. Hopefully we could just find our second set of evolution here would be ideal. I'm gonna play this out to play around a copy of what's it called? Let's get this charged up. So now if they hit Magneton next turn and then have Magnezone Sabrina, we're gonna lose because I put this out. Oh wait, are they not heat training? That's really good for me. I thought for sure they were gonna take the knockout. Yeah. Okay, we're good then. With the Dawn, they're dead in 2. That's checkmate at this point. So we'll retreat this. We'll put a backup energy on here. We go ahead and we blitz the Magnemite. Right, I'm just double checking to make sure I'm not missing anything. Do this for good measure. Dimmer, thank you for the tip for Patchy Luxray. It's going to be our 3rd viewer deck today. I've got 2 ahead of you. We'll tentatively take 1 more viewer deck today, I think. Maybe 2. And Dawn means we get to go ahead and take the finish here. So up a game. Oswald, thank you for the 2 years. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Why don't people play Dawn in Charizard? I have no idea. I think Charizard is an incredibly and deeply boring deck, and I do not intend to spend time playing or optimizing it. To what do we owe the early tournament? Just someone hosting something. If I'm being honest, if it wasn't so annoying to have to run a tournament while I play it, I'd probably run things myself just so I could play things at 9 or 10 a.m. I prefer things starting right when I go live as opposed to having to wait till noon or so. I was excited when I saw someone was hosting something right to begin the day today. Spirit Tube or Heatmore are definitely our ideal things to lead on when going second. I think Heatmore is a little better in this matchup to start pumping out some real damage, but beggars shan't be choosers and all that. Heartless, thank you for the 16 months. Appreciate it. Undergamer, thank you for the 23 months. There's Heatmore, a little late, but he's here. Gosh, Rocky Helmet's so obnoxious. I think I'm supposed to hit them here. It's close, though. I'm gonna put an energy in pass, I think. That's close, though. So I'm going to go Energy on the Infernape here. And I'm going to go ahead and retreat to the Heatmore. My opponent notably doesn't have any copies of... they notably don't have any copies of Giovanni in their deck. So I can hit them with Combustion here. And then they'll hit me down to 10. And then I can Cape next turn to get another Combustion hit in. Which gives me the ability to clean with Infernape. Even if I don't draw the big boy the following turn. Hey, it looks like we had 2 more deck submissions come across, which will fill us up on decks for the day. Thanks to the folks that supported that way. Infernape off the top is lethal. Unlucky. Cape. Energy. I say unlucky, but them not having another basic is even more unlucky, yeah. Anytime you have to put a second energy on Skarmory, you're not super excited about it. So they need any basic to not just be dead here. Let's see if they're bricked or not. They found it. But Infernape's still going to be very much running them down here. So 2 draws at Infernape to clear this on curve. Am I supposed to give up the Heatmore? I guess they're debating if they want to give up the Skarmory. This pause here means they might be swapping. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, they are on a copy of Cyrus as well here, so them getting this chip shot in means the monkey is grabbable at any point. So, if they top deck their other Skarmory, have a Cyrus and an equipment, they could get us, but otherwise we're in an okay spot here. This notably can't attack as Magneton next turn, so they'll only go to 3 energy, so just Magneton Cyrus doesn't do it. Okay, that means we're not getting Cyrus tier. It means they likely have another basic as well, but... Yep. What's in my deck? My deck is... a Heatmore, a basic monkey, 2 stage 2s, a Pokeball, a research. I think I've got 6 or 7 cards that let me activate this turn. Oh gosh, though, with this hit and the switch, even if I find Big Monkey here, we might be dead at this point. Because I need, what do I need? I need a research into Big Monkey plus a basic here. Even that might not be enough, because this is going to be at, this is at 100, yeah? Or 160 if they hit the evolution. Hey, friendly fella, thanks for the membership on the YouTube side. I appreciate that. Why are you playing Spirit Tomb in this deck list? Because Spirit Tomb helps you hit key breakpoints. We are not dead on board, but we're dead to a lot of things they could have. Unfortunate starts for both of us, and they drew out of theirs first. We had a couple of windows where they lost the game on the spot, and none of our draws came through, unfortunately. It's fine. It's game 2. We'll run it back here in game 3. Undergamer, thank you for the 23 months, by the way. Appreciate it. I think Heatmor versus Farfetch is kind of a wash in a matchup like this, because Farfetch is pretty bad against Rocky Helmet. Heatmor is better in your Executor matchup, and Heatmor is better in the Darkrai matchups, because it has more life than Farfetch'd. The one place you really feel the difference is Farfetch is a lot better against the Hitmonlee Marshadow fighting decks. Is dealing 40 for 1 is good against fighting. We're going second. This is not an amazing start. I feel like having to lead on Chimchar in this matchup is not good for us generally. We're on 2 X speeds though. Caterpie and Mega. I don't think Butterfree has ever been a remotely playable card, and I think in a post-Shaman world, it's worse than it's ever been. You'd rather just play Shaman. It's funny to me how the card games change, but one thing that remains an eternal constant is card gamers aggressively asserting that I'm playing the wrong version of their favorite D-tier deck. You're playing the wrong Infernape deck, Jeff. Yeah, go away. Video gamers. I think I'm holding the Heatmor. I think I'm doing this. I think I'm doing this. No Giovanni for our opponent. Their slots are pretty spoken for. They have a stage 2 that takes 6 slots, and Skarmory effectively takes 6 slots as well. Thing to think about. I think we forced them to have Sabrina or their Cyrus to run down Chimchar here. That seems fine for us. It's their first point. Put the Heatmor back up. We're winning this race here. They can't clear the Monferno next turn even if they have the Sabrina, so I think we hold this to let them not know that it's coming necessarily. Any knockout points yet. I think we go ahead and research here. I'd like to find an X speed. Yeah, okay, so with the X speed now, I get to do this. And I get to do this. And I get to pull this out and clear this. I'm gonna go ahead and burn this down. This leaves me at 150, and then if they hit me here, they put me down to 40. Yeah, it's very possible I'm going to want to go... Oh, you know, maybe I should have gone fishing for another basic here so they can't Sabrina the Heatmore. To hold that energy with the Dawn effectively. Okay, so they notably have used their only copy of Cyrus at this point. So I'm gonna go ahead and I need to find a basic here to beat Sabrina. So we're gonna go digging for that. We'll switch this. We'll Cyrus clear the Skarmory. Perfect. Okay, so we go energy here. Heatmore out. Cyrus drag this up. And then they notably only have 1 lightning energy left on this, and this needs 2 energy to go. So they're going to need a cape for this Magnezone to survive the Infernape hit next turn. And they're still only at 1 point here. This is a good matchup, Pocket. All 3 games had some interesting lines. Yeah, coolio. We're all done. Some interesting maneuvering. Slick. All right, well, we can take a brief pause for the cause. Or let our first adverts roll, and we've got 10 minutes of the tournament round, so we'll probably have time to play a game with our viewer-submitted Dragonite deck between. I'll throw the Infernape deck up on screen for now for people that want to snag it. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button. A little free bit of engagement that helps the channel reach some more people. So as we covered in the meta report over the weekend, I think Executor is going to get more popular. So I think this is a sweet metagame deck for metagaming the eggs decks, especially if you play Heatmore over Farfetch'd. And then I'm curious to see how it feels into other things. I think your Magnezone matchups are pretty serviceable too. Any thoughts on trying out Mewtwo Azolf? I mean, that sounds better than Mewtwo Gardevoir instead of Lobar. Three basics. We're playing 5 basics? What breakpoint are we trying to disrupt with the Cape? Cape... The only immediate breakpoint Cape is saving you from is Cape lets Monferno and Heatmore survive an 80-point hit from Executor. And then past that, it's just plus 20 life into like Darkrai chip shots and Greninja chip shots. Right, got our first viewer deck game of the morning. Oh, 80 points from Paku is a good one too. Hey, Grikachu, I wish you success. Thought you were down on Spirit Tomb. So Spirit Tomb is kind of like, you kind of want to think of Spirit Tomb as Giovanni in a lot of the decks that you're playing Spirit Tomb in, is the thinking I've come around to it on. So if you're, for example, playing Infernape, and you expect your opponent to have things with 150 or 160 life on occasion, 1 to 2 Spirit Tomb hits softens it for that. So the thing I was low on that people were talking about before Spirit Tomb release is like, oh, you play Spirit Tomb just to enable Cyrus. And that's bad. Cyrus is a good card that you don't need to play a card to enable. However, what's the word I'm searching for? However, Spirit Tomb is good when it's doing more than just enabling Cyrus. Enabling Cyrus is just far down in the list of things you should be wanting that effect to do, basically. I think with the Kickmon lead here, we actually just attach energy and do nothing, and then next turn with the water energy on deck, we'll pivot the Articuno out and put Manaphy in and start charging up Articuno and Dratini simultaneously. Ben, thank you for the 4.5 years. Welcome back. Glad you're enjoying Pocket. I am too. So we'll go this. We'll go this. The concept of this deck is really interesting to me from a theory perspective, this viewer deck. Because Manaphy charging your Dragonite, but also charging you another reasonable threat at the same time is really interesting. And then you're also all single knockout point stuff. And these two both work with Misty. Misty Manaphy is a way to filter water energy onto a Dragonite if you brick on generating it organically. And now, the way we're set up here at this point is I can activate Manaphy this turn, and then next turn, Articuno's ready to go, yeah? I mean, I guess I could do this right away. Do I want a communication digging for another basic? Probably fine. I'll sit on that for a second. So we'll do Oceanic Gift here, and then next turn we have Articuno ready to attack, and then we're 2 turns off of hitting with Dragonite, yeah? Which is kinda textbook what we're looking to do, yeah? Oh, I guess we could have set up Dragonite for next turn. No, I think I want Articuno first. Maybe that's wrong? I don't know. I kind of wanted the Articuno first. But you're right. I could have more aggressively gone into the Dragonite. Maybe we're supposed to just do that ASAP. How do you submit a deck list? Deck list submissions are full. When deck list submissions are open, there will be instructions pinned above the live chat for it. Generally speaking, we fill up deck submissions in the first 5 to 10 minutes of the stream. Sometimes we even fill it up before the stream goes live. If you're a YouTube member or Twitch subscriber, there's a Discord server where we take deck submissions in advance typically. Melvir, thank you for the 15 months. Something I try to do when we do viewer deck submissions is we play them for a meaningful amount of time. It's not just a game or two, so we don't take that many per day. Second cape here is great. I get to cape up both of these, so that way Cyrus can't clear the Dragonite. We'll take the knockout with this. It still survives the Mars Shadow, which is great. Needless Paralyzed Coin. Appreciate all the resubs this morning. Rock, thank you for the 2 months. Malveer coming in hot for the 15. And Awesome with the brand new primer. Thanks for working us back up towards our full-time sub goal. Appreciate that direct support. Are there any particular cards you don't accept for viewer decks? I reject outright troll submissions, like things that are explicitly just like not going to be functional. But like I'd take a deck submission for like a Charizard deck, just like expect closer to the minimum versus the maximum. I guarantee we play a viewer deck for at least 20 minutes, but more interesting and fun submissions get played for longer than that. And they have no knockout points at this point, so even though Dragonite didn't full finish here, Articuno is primed and ready to go. Kind of a super awesome first game for this deck, huh? Working out exactly in practice as it does we wanted it to in theory. Last knockout point real clean here. Wait for the game to make us flip a coin despite the game being over. You know, just Pokemon Pocket things. Hey, Bardic, thank you for the gift sub. Appreciate it. Is Mewtwo a meta deck? It is not. If you're looking for a roundup of what the tournament and competitive meta decks are in Pokemon Pocket right now, I do a weekly series on Sunday afternoons called my Meta Report that came out yesterday, talking through the different things. Thoughts on playing Magneton and Dawn to add consistency to Lightning Energy for Dragonite? I think that sounds like some hot nonsense. I think trying to assemble a 3-card combo to move a Lightning Energy to your Dragonite sounds incredibly inconsistent, not like added consistency. Like, once you put 2 stage 2s in your deck, you run out of slots to do anything else, right? Like, 1 stage 2 is 6 cards, Pokemon Communication is 8, another stage 2 is 14 cards, 2 Pokeball, 2 Research is 18, and then, like, your last 2 slots are going to be something like Dawn. It doesn't sound stellar. We're obviously going to play a whole bunch more with this one, but it looks like our second round at our early tournament's about to be up here. We are 1-0. Playing our Infernape pile of cards this morning. We beat Skarmory, Magnezone in the first round. Gyarados Greninja this round, but they're not playing Druddigon. That's interesting. They have 1 Giratina. This matchup's probably hard for us. I think this is one we'd rather dodge. Opponent's not playing Dawn. They have 2 copies of Giant Cape and a Cyrus, and then Misty Research Pokeball. Are the meta decks in your report on your channel the best versions of each deck? It's really difficult to draw super strong conclusions about the best iterations of decks. I think a lot of the things are situationally different. Burst energy advantage. It's probably a good thing to have in this matchup. Spirit Tube is a lovely, lovely lead here, I think. So this is 66% to get us our Chimchar. And then that's guaranteed to be a Chimchar if the first one misses. They have Cyrus, but no Sabrina. No reason to play a Heatmore out of the bench here, I don't think. We'll thin another basic out of the deck. So one of our avenues to success here is definitely going to be Spirit Tomb. I don't expect Spirit Tomb to clear Magikarp before it evolves, but Spirit Tomb tapping Gyarados 4 times. Oh gosh, they're on 2 capes. Sorry, 6 times. And then Cyrusing it up could maybe be a line. But I would not be surprised if this matchup is incredibly polarized, not in our favor. What's going on, game? Thanks for the 19 months. Appreciate it. Oh, this is weak to dark. This incidentally taking 30 here is sick. Yeah, we're definitely just chilling, yeah. If they brick on Gyarados, our copy of Cyrus can pull this up. There's the Gyarados. They hit 2 heads here, are probably torched. Okay, only 1 heads means they're not attacking this turn. So hitting 1 heads here means we have a shot. So I have Heatmore. I have energy here. The Spirit Tomb is going to put this to 170. Heatmore puts it to 140, and then Infernape finishes. I'm just double checking to make sure I'm not missing anything. No, I think we're good. Yes, if the energy discard from the Gyarados is unkind, we could get caught. No potions, no blues, just 2 giant capes from the opponent. No Sabrina, 1 copy of Cyrus. Okay. They didn't take their own energy, unfortunately, but they didn't take 1 off my Pokemon that are still here, which is ideal. We just tap this, and then so long as they don't take an energy off of this, we have them checkmated in 2 here. We need them to not take them on Inferno. Monferno energy this turn. There's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 energy on the board, so we're 7/9 to have checkmate in 2 here. Oh, you know what? I messed up. They have it out. They put energy on their Frogadier, and then Cyrus Greninja lets them clear this out of the back. I need to hit my my other stage 1 and put a cape on it to play around my mistake now. Are they debating pulling the Gyarados out? Pulling the Gyarados out would be insanity. They have no copies of Leaf. They would lose 3 energy, and they'd still be very dead to a Cyrus, so... They absolutely should not pull the Gyarados out, but... They might be fixated on the fact that we have the breakpoint. Oh, I thought they were going to miss the attack because of... I thought they were going to miss the attack. On the timer, rats. Okay. So I have a communication here to put this back. I need to find my stage 1 here so I don't lose to Cyrus Greninja. I'm going to lose to Cyrus Greninja. They only have 1 card in hand. Is there any reason to put a cape on anything? I don't think there is. They don't have Sabrina. Even my stage 1 didn't save me from Cyrus Greninja because of weakness. This is weak to water. Yeah, I needed to just not play this out. Okay, cool. With the Dawn, we should be good to go then? Because they only have 2 cards, and they needed Greninja Cyrus to win the game. Cooked frog, anyone? This game was a textbook showcase of why Spiritomb is in this deck. It did exactly what we wanted it to do. It softened up the Gyarados so we could hit it with this, so we could clear it with this. It gets that 140 break point to a spot where it can clear things that are bigger. Has my opinion on Spiritomb changed? My original opinion that Spiritomb just to enable Cyrus is not good is still true. However, Spiritomb as a way to proactively bring things towards breakpoints like this Infernape deck is very good. We're hoping they don't lead on... If they lead on Froakie into Frogadier, it's actually pretty bad for us. Giratina opener is fine. You think this deck is better than Moltres Ramp? I mean, Charizard's one of the best decks in the format, so no, I don't think this deck's better than Charizard. Opponent does not have any copies of X-Speed in their deck or Leaf. Oh, they wouldn't be able to retreat this anyways, right? So they would need... I guess a Misty Heads could get me into trouble here, but outside of Misty Heads... Let me do this. Yeah, they have to energy the Gyro to pull it out. Okay, a single Misty Heads here plus a Frogadier leaves us in a kind of mid spot. All right, they bricked. That's good for us. There's the Gyarados. I think I'm vibing on this. A bunch of Misty Heads technically let them win the game, but they only have one more Misty. Not supposed to play around that, I don't think. I think it's better with Moltres. I think Moltres with Infernape is mediocre. I think you should just be playing Charizard if you want a Moltres. Monkey? Technically a monkey. My lack of Spirit Tube here. One thing I'm not sure on in this deck is how many Spirit Tube I want to play. I feel like there's a chance I want 2 of them. So they notably can't attack us with Gyarados this turn, because they're through their Misties, so they can't energy to retreat this and put this up. A single Greninja Water Shuriken means that Gyarados clears Infernape in 1. So we're probably dead here. I think we really need Spirit Tube in this matchup. Yeah, we're just dead, yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. That is absolutely complete nonsense. The person that said without Spirit Tube, Giratina is too much to chew. Literally, Spirit Tube does the same amount of damage to Giratina that the other one does. The reason why you need Spirit Tube in the matchup is because you need Spirit Tomb to make it so your Infernape can kill the Gyarados when it comes to the active spot. Yeah. Spiritomb is Hitmonlee for rebels. It's exactly that. Would a cape save us there? It would not. So it asks, is there a way to know how viewer deck submissions work? When deck submissions are open, there's a link pinned above the chat. Generally speaking, they fill up in the first 10 to 15 minutes of a live stream, though. If you're a Twitch subscriber or a YouTube member, you get there's a link I post in the Discord server where you can submit things the night before. Or the morning of before. Spell Slinger, thank you for the 72 months. Welcome back. Yeah, if they just don't have a second basic, they die on the spot is fun. We're going to chill on these for now, I think. Yes, Low Putty is another card I think is worth exploring in this show. We played a little bit of that on stream too. It does just take a lot of slots though. Rats. They have first energy advantage and they hit with Misty here. Like, I assume we're cooked. I guess they could brick on their Greninja. Sometimes that happens, but I assume this is very much bad news bears for our hero. We're going to be communicating not only for a stage 1, but also the Spiritomb next turn. It's pretty unfortunate that we missed on Spiritomb on 2 Pokeballs here. We have what? We have four basics? So the only basic in our deck we didn't draw? Nice. Okay, well that was fortunate. We were pretty unlikely to hit it there. So a little bit of good beats after the bad beats to start. I think we're supposed to do this. There's also a world where I'm supposed to just tap the Froakie, but they're more likely to have the Gyarados than they are the Greninja line, so I think I want to just start marking damage. Have any thoughts on Macargo? I'd be surprised if Macargo is a playable Pokemon pocket card. So they again have no X speed and no leaf, meaning unless they hit heads on a Misty this turn or next turn, they're 2 turns off of attacking with the Gyarados, is a noteworthy thing to be aware of while we're playing here. Even with this other Monferno queued up, I think I'm sitting on... Am I sitting on the Chimchar? Maybe I'm not. I could sit on the Monferno. Because I'm going to want to be able to fish for... I'm going to want to be able to fish for my Infernape at some point. But... it's close. I'll wait one more turn. You have flopped. So, no Greninja means we have a shot here. Because it means that I can hit this down to 170. This clears Spiritomb. Heatmore puts it to 140. And then the Infernape finishes. But if they have Greninja, they could potentially Cyrus this up and put a kink in that plan. We again just really need them to not hit these energies here. This match makes me want to put the second Spirit Tube in this deck. Seems really important against these bigger HP Pokemon. What's in my deck right now? My deck is Research, Heatmore, Infernape. Research, Heatmore, Infernape is Cyrus X Speed. I wish I could pivot to Heatmore and hit this. But then if they put Gyarados up and I don't find my other card, maybe this is fine because I'm gonna need. They'll clear this. I'll put this up. I'll get 2 draws at it. It's so likely I hit it. Yeah. I'm gonna pressure the Gyarados up. This might be wrong, but I'm gonna pressure the Gyarados up. So this means the Gyarados has to come up this turn. And then they clear this. Monferno hits this. And then I just need to find an Ape or a Heatmore to guarantee the Ape with the communication in 2 cards. So there's 4 things that get me to Infernape in 6 cards. I need this to just not be infinite heads. Oh my god. That's so depressing. That's so depressing. I navigated this game so well. Oh, I navigated this game so well. And we're just gonna get caught by Misty. Maybe their other Gyarados will be buried. Cope. They could have also taken energy. Oop, they don't have it. Wait, they have it and they... Okay, don't take my energy here. Don't take my energy here. Take an energy off the back one. Oh my goodness, they've just had everything. Oh, they're just gonna have their copy of Cyrus, yeah? I'm gonna lose to that. Is what's about to happen here. I think it's probably the case. Or Greninja. I mean, the Greninja doesn't matter. Gosh, if they just had even just 1 less Misty. They hit 2 Misty Heads this game, right? 3 Misty Heads? They hit 1 and then 2. Oh. It's a disappointing loss, but it's hard to be too upset. I played this game really well, and our deck was gonna win in most permutations. We lose to Greninja, we didn't play. We were dead anyways. It doesn't matter. We're dead to Greninja either way. Yeah. So, that was a really good, interesting game right up until it wasn't. Tough beats to bad variants. One of the things I always try and focus on. Always a GG right after. What a good game. Gamers. Oh, man. All right, I'm going to tap an advert. We'll play a game with the Dragonite deck in between, and then we'll be into round 3 of the tournament. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Oh, no! I fragged the wrong person. Oh, yeah, they had first energy advantage. Those games, too, right? Sounds right. That's just how it goes. I feel like my takeaway from those games is I probably want a second Spirit Tube, though. If you're watching on YouTube and enjoying the early tournament play, be sure to tap the like button. We've got over 1,000 viewers on the YouTube side already this morning, but only 350 like button pressers. I think we can pump that up. This is our Infernape deck we're rocking this morning. Yeah, my big takeaway is I probably want 10 Pokemon and 2 Spirit Tubes. Tube seems like it's going to be important for those types of games where they have a bigger attacker. For sure, for sure. The Monster Puss, thank you for the 16 months. Welcome back. Appreciate the folks working us back up towards our sub goal. Nick Danger, thanks for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. What'd you cut for the second Spirit Tube? It's you probably have to give up the cape. Is where I had the second Spirit Tube before. It's like the cape or the communication. It's probably the cape. Any predictions on A2? I think my only hot take for the upcoming expansion at the end of the month is I'd bet it's going to be 2 booster packs again. A lot of people are talking about it being only 1 pack, and I think they're probably going to be wrong. Are you sure you need both Heatmor? I'm not actually, Bob. That's a good point. All for the pocket. Thank you for the 21 months, Tim. Appreciate to have our older Hooglandia members coming along while we're checking out something new. Yeah, so for those who haven't followed the data mined information or haven't heard me talk about it, the next expansion for Pokemon Pocket is going to be on a quicker release cycle because it's going to line up with Pokemon Day on February 28th. Or Pokemon Day is the 27th, and the new set's going to be on the 28th. So rather than waiting 6 weeks, this one's going to be after 4 weeks to lean into the Pokemon Day hype. And then the thing to note for people who are free-to-play players and hearing that and immediately freaking out appropriately, the set after that isn't going to be for 8 weeks. So it's still going to be 2 sets in 12 weeks. It's just one's going to come after 4 and then 8 instead of 6 and then 6. So overall, in the grand scheme of things, it's the exact same release pacing we've already had. Dazbiff, thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back. How did round 2 go? We had a really excellent set of games and then died to my opponent flipping a bunch of heads on Misty. There's a lot of bad information in the world. A lot of people have been saying the upcoming expansion is a mini set with only 1 pack. That is unconfirmed and just speculation. And I would not be surprised if it ends up being 2 packs because originally Space Time Smackdown was data mined to be 3 packs, and it ended up being only 2. So it would not surprise me if they decided to go to 2 and 2 instead of 3 and 1 like we had for the first go round. But again, that's also only speculation. I don't know for certain. No one does except people that work at DNA. Dragon Lord, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Super Vodka coming in with the super 22-month resub. Pushing us back up towards our 2,200 goal. Appreciate it. I think that sets will eventually start to rotate out. I would expect that Pokemon Pocket will have a 2-year set rotation, similar to how Paper Pokemon has a 2-year set rotation. So the soonest I would expect cards to rotate in Pokemon Pocket is like fall of 26. So long time from now. Speaking of a long time, what's going on, Chef Seth? Thank you for the almost 7 years. 81 months is an eternity. Welcome back. If they have Magnezone and Volkner, we're probably in trouble. Yeah, there's the Volkner. Do they have Magnezone as well? And that one, unfortunately, is just going to be checkmate for us here. Without our Dragonite setup, even if we hit a couple... Well, no, I just don't have time to build the Dragonite, right? I go Energy, I hit heads and play Dragonair. Yeah, I just won't be set up by the time this comes up and starts chunking for 120 every turn. With rotations, would they reprint key cards? I have no idea. There's tons of different ways card games do things. And Pocket's done a few things different than traditional card games, so I don't really feel comfortable speculating. We don't even know if they'll do a rotation. Again, even the fact like a rotation existing is speculation. All right, gamers, we found the Executor matchup. This is why there's Heat Wars in the deck. They have 1 copy of Giant Cape, can save their Executor from a weakness-powered Heatmor. Their Execute from a weakness-powered Heatmor. The best way to build Garchomp. You should check out the new decks from Tournaments Roundup this morning on the Hooglandia Pocket channel. There were not 1, not 2, but 3 different Garchomp decks featured in there that had successful runs at tournaments this past week. Waiting for our opponent to check in for our round here. You tried Executor with Magnezone. So that's actually going to be one of our viewer deck submissions later today. I will say I'm skeptical that that's a good idea from a pure theory perspective. Just because, like, one of the upsides to Executor is it gives you time to build energy on something else. And the upside to Magnezone is it lets you build energy on something else. So putting them together doesn't seem good in deck building theory, but we'll try it. I'm always willing to try things that seem bad in theory at least once. Hey Jeff, I've been using the Garchomp Greninja deck you tinker at the beginning of the set for the event. Yeah, I like that deck a lot. We actually played it in a tournament, and I might run it back in a tournament at some point. Our games of the tournament had some mistakes and some bad beats. I think that core is really solid. Do you suggest a third Pokemon in the Eggan Mega deck? Mew or Shaman are going to be your best third in that one. I think Shaman in general is really solid right now. I'm really sad our Executor opponent's not showing up. I wanted to cook some eggs real quick. They've got two more minutes to check in here. I'll throw our deck list on screen for the time being for people that are just coming in. We are 1-1 after a heartbreaking loss to our Misty opponent, Never Flipping Tails. But the game was otherwise really close and interesting. Opponents saw we registered 2 Heat Wars. They lost the last round. They're like, nah, I'm out. Peace. What do you think of Luxray Pachirisu? You know, funny question. People keep asking about decks that have been submitted today. That's also in our queue. So our viewer decks today, we're going to we owe some games with Dragonite, and then we're going to try Manaphy, Lickilicky, Pachirisu, Luxray, Executor, Magnezone, and then Electrode, Electivire. We tried some Macargo, and it seemed really mediocre. We tried, like, Macargo Salazzle, I think it was, with, like, a Farfetch'd as an extra, and it was pretty mid. It was not good enough to get cut to its own highlight. I think all the people who have asked me about Misty being changed should go look at the meta report and see that all the Misty decks kind of got trashed this weekend. I get that Misty feels bad to play against, but from a pure power level perspective, the card is very much fine and deserves no changes. I think Gengar is a bad Pokemon Pocket card. The only reason to play it is if you're a Gengar stan. We played Manaphy Mamoswine with Baby Articuno. And while I'm not going to tell you it's good, I'm going to tell you it's not embarrassing. That might be a deck that gets a highlight eventually. That's one of those ones where, like, it's good enough and unique enough that it's probably like a week 3 or week 4 highlight, not a week 2 highlight. Maybe a week 4. Oh, our opponent checked in. Sweet. I'd like to play this match. I think Executor or Magnezone are OP. Probably not. I think Executor is the best card in the game. I don't know that I would consider anything. I don't think stats early on here imply that there aren't any standout things that are away. Do you have a preferred egg deck this season? I do not. I would tell you there's no S tier decks at the moment. Yeah, I'm gonna be putting together a best decks tier list or full format tier list decks video for Wednesday, and I'm not going to have any S tier decks in it. All right, as always, I'll be a little bit more focused during the tournament rounds. Please behave or the mods will bonk you. All right, let's get cooking. Celebi lead is definitely their best against us. If they high roll a little bit, the Celebi can hit 2 heads and clean Chimchar. Or clean Monferno before we hit the Infernape. Now, noteworthy here that my opponent's deck does have does have or 2 copies of Sabrina in it, so they can tempo my bench basics here. So with the X speed, I'm actually gonna go ahead and evolve and charge up the back. If I hadn't drawn this, I would just attack them in the front. But with the X speed draw now, I'm gonna build the back one. So that way they need Sabrina plus a 25%er to get us here. Because if they knock this out this turn, we probably lose the game. Is the thing. Yep. Oh yeah. There's a 25%er. I don't know if it's the one that they were looking for, but there is a 25%er. I would like 1 cooked onion, please. And the opponent is on the 2 execute, 1 Celebi, no other basics plan here. Now, it is noteworthy they have 1 copy of Giant Cape. So if they have that, they're not just gone here. I'm gonna dig it for my other stage 1 here. Oh, you know, with the X speed of the Dawn, was I supposed to put an energy on Heatmore to make them have Erica and Cape? Quite possibly. No, I could have caped my Heatmore. They don't have Giovanni. I don't need the cape on this. Don't judge my Heatmore, Chet. He's a grower, not a shower. He was just having a little performance anxiety, okay? The water's just really cold, okay? Anxiety. Thanks for hanging out, Topper. Glad you appreciate the setting here. Yo, it's funny. In one of my highlights over the weekend, I had a very calm moment where I said, mods, please time out everyone that's suggesting line that wasn't a legal play. Because there were a bunch of people that suggested a line that won the game that didn't work. It was Lumi, Neon, Attack, and Active Pokemon. And there were so many people in the comments of that YouTube video that were very upset that I would tell my mods to time people out for being factually incorrect in chat. It was just like, good golly, freaking video gamers. So many people are of the opinion that unless you're doing something that's like overtly bigoted, you should never experience moderation on the internet. All right, I mean, this game is actually just like 100% done here, right? Like we cook this egg. I have the full line here. I have an extra Chimchar to play around. Like this is why we put Heatmore in the deck over Duck, so we can have freebies here. You could say this game is over easy. Oh man. That's the this game is over easy. LOL. And again, I'm just gonna play around my lose condition here. My lose condition is they Sabrina and hit 2 heads. So we'll play out the other Chimchar here to play around their Sabrina. Their ability to not immediately lose the game is they have to have Executor EX plus a cape. They have one cape in their deck. They notably did not have cape on 1. So they're gonna need to have drawn it. Alright, and then we're done here with the big monkey. Average Celebi gaming experience, really. All right. We're 2-1 now. So let's play some more Dragonite games, huh? We've got that was a quick round, so we've got plenty of time to fit Dragonite. We've got 20 minutes till the next. T says, thank you for the entire year of support. Let's get you a sword to go with that shield. Welcome back. I'm really enjoying this set. Yeah, the first couple weeks of meta reports make me super optimistic for the future. Pocket team has done such an incredible job with game balance so far. Skarmory, Pidgeot, probably Dialga in there somewhere too, I'd wager. Cape for Articuno will give us some time to stall here. This is probably the type of matchup where we're just going to be stalling to set up the Dragonite. Not a Manaphy game, gamers. It's going to be communicated here, I'd assume. Yeah, unironically, when someone in chat said, my one concern about the future of this game is what are they going to do when they eventually miss? Because we haven't seen that so far. On stream, Mega Mogwai said they did horrible balance this expansion. I would take the opinion of any people who aren't playing the game competitively with a grain of salt. I think Mogwai is an awesome deck builder, and he's a really good TCG player, but he tilts a lot, and he spends a lot of time on decks that are not that great. That's not really what he said. I'd also accept that chat is misquoting a content creator. That happens a lot. Also would not surprise me. Is this ever build up a second Dragonite game? It could be, yeah. So who would do that? Just go on the internet and lie? I know. It's unthinkable. Do you think Empoleon has any potential? I would be surprised if Empoleon is a playable Pokemon Pocket card. All right, let's exhibit the average Dragonite experience here. AKA, I've assembled my stage 2. I've assembled both my energy types. Can I still manage to brick anyways? Drop a Draco like it's hot. Is there a day of the week when you review viewer decks? We take viewer deck submissions most days of the week. Today we have 5 of them. It is a $10 tip for Twitch subscribers or YouTube members to get a deck added when we're taking them. Although it's worth noting, we usually fill up at the start of the stream. Today we're full in the first 10 minutes. If you're a YouTube member or Twitch sub that wants to claim a viewer deck slot in advance, be sure you're in the Discord server. People in the Discord server get prioritized. But no, I don't just look at your deck list and tell you if it's good or bad, because I think you can't really tell you anything about that when I actually play with things. Good. 2 Dracos to win the game is above average. Feels good, man. With the lack of live balance, would you ever go back to doing viewer decks like you did with Old Magic? You mean like having like a weeks long queue? No, I don't think I want to do that. I think like 1 or 2 days in advance, but it became kind of unmanageable. I also want the flexibility to just like not do viewer decks on certain days if I'm not feeling it. Whereas like if I have a queue that's weeks backed up, people expect it just every day. The loose quote from Mogwai was, leaning into ramp cards ends up with ramp being a means of balance, and that could become very unhealthy. I think speculation like that tends to be a little silly. With the price increase on subs, do you get more per subs? I do, which is part of the reason why I thought the price increase was silly. I really wish Twitch would do like YouTube and let me just define the price of what memberships cost myself instead of them deciding. But yeah, I get 70% of whatever you spend on a Twitch sub. With the asterisk, you absolutely should never You absolutely should never subscribe on Twitch through the mobile app. Mobile app subscriptions cost more money, and they cost more money so Google can have a cut, not so the creator can have a cut. Whoa, now sometimes it's so Apple. That's fair. I forget people give money to Apple. That Tim Apple. Cena, thank you for the brand new Prime. Speaking of Amazon, I appreciate that direct support. All right, so now I'm going to go ahead and... this isn't quite guaranteed. What, we're 50% to get a Dragonair here? There's 2 Dragonairs, a Dratini, and a Dragonite in my deck. Geop, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. Don't ever buy something on the App Store if you can avoid it. Whoa, whoa, now. My Google Play Diamond status is not going to renew itself, okay? I gotta spend money on the App Store to keep my Diamond Club status. You peasants wouldn't understand, okay? NWL, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. It's very generous. Helping push us back up towards our sub goal. Well, that's 4 lightning energies in a row. Thankfully, I have a cape for the Articuno to let it survive a hit here. I don't think I'm playing around a Sabrina. I could play this out with cape to play around Sabrina, but I might want cape for this. Do I need to? Nah, I can play around Sabrina. The cape on the Dragonite probably doesn't matter the way they have 140 breakpoints. Oh no! Dragonite never beats a Mew, chat. Oh, I should have used Manaphy to get water energy. Really, gamer? Really, gamer? I should have used Manaphy to get water energy. What an astute observation from the Twitch chat. If this hits 2, oh baby, we are in it to win it, gamers. 2. Pfft. Imagine only hitting 2 could be us. All right, we hit heads here, and then I think we're ahead. No, I needed 1 more. Misty took all my coin flips. Now, the upside to just getting to deal 60 here is it means that if we hit this for 2, it goes down. So we have a high roll to win the game here on the spot at this point. Nigos, thank you for the over 2 years. Welcome back. Fair. Lothar K9, thank you for the brand new primer. Appreciate it. When viewer deck submissions are available, there'll be a message pinned over the stream letting you know that they are. If you are a Twitch sub or YouTube member that wants to make sure you get your deck submission in, you can submit them the night before using the link I post on Discord. That's fine. Two Dracos never loses, chat. Their Mew's about to drop a Draco on us here, though, so things are not looking good for our hero. Draco Meteor is about to win this game. It just might not be ours. That's a really bad potion. They should potion the Tauros because they should be getting their things outside of 50 damage breakpoints with the Dragonite. If they don't win the game. So, that potion was very inoptimal. This was at 60. Now if their Draco misses, I can hit this once and hit this twice or this once to win the game. So, not super uncommon to see mistakes against Dragonite. Our deck's not very good or very popular, so people just aren't familiar with the play patterns of it. That's something to think about when you're playing against Dragonite decks if you're going to be potioning or keeping things. Unlucky. They were pretty likely to lose that game if their Draco missed. All right, we have 7 minutes until round 4 of our tournament, where we are 2-1 with Dragonite, or for 2-1 with Infernape. We're playing Dragonite between some matches, our first viewer deck of the day. I think I'm going to go ahead and take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. We'll throw this deck up on the screen for the meantime in between time. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button. Doesn't cost you anything. It helps the content reach some more people. Got almost 1,000 people watching over there and not even 500 like button pressers yet. I didn't know Dragonite could overkill. Yeah, it's real mid, Bob. Yes, there's a reason why when we do the archetype tier list roundup that we're going to do a new one of on Wednesday. It's the D is for Dragonite tier. Shoebox, thank you for that very generous tier 2. Appreciate the 26 months. Welcome back. Rockin' Thrift, thank you for the 14 months. Welcome back. Jeff, do you think the new Gundam TCG will take off? Well, as a small barometer of that, I'm someone who's pretty plugged into the card game space, and I had no idea Gundam TCG was coming out. So that probably doesn't bode well for it. Garchomp is significantly better than Dragonite, to set a low bar. I am confident in saying that Garchomp is significantly better than Dragonite. Pedro, thank you for the half a year. Appreciate you re-upping that primer. We will actually be doing some Arcane Battlegrounds on stream as a sponsored thing later this week because their Steam version just released. So we'll be checking that out. I think Heatmores and Spirit Tombs are better than Giratina. That's why I'm playing Heatmores and... That's why I'm playing Heatmores and Spirit Tombs. Average Moltres experience, really. That's fine. Assuredly, we would never have 4 lightning energy in a row, 2 games in a row, yes? Assuredly, there's water energy coming up. Seeing you've gone full Pokemon TCG pocket content, I assume it's profitable, but how is viewership change compared to Snap-only content? I mean, for sake of transparency, my January income for this year was about 45% less than January income I had last year, and about 30% less than my average monthly income for all of 2024 averaged. Which I'm playing Pocket because I prefer the gameplay by a significant margin, but it's definitely the metrics are a bit worse than what Snap was doing. Putting the sub goal up on the stream has been good. Before we put the sub goal up on the stream, we were approaching 1,800 concurrents, and putting that up jumped us up a good chunk. So that's good. Yes, Twitch drops in the case of Marvel Snap definitely did some very heavy lifting in terms of what's it called? In terms of keeping the metrics up for that game. Hey Amps, thanks for the 19 months. Welcome back. I think we're cooked, chat. That's the 4th lightning energy in a row. We couldn't even have. It's funny. Misty with Manaphy is actually a way to kind of filter what's it called energy onto these, but it's just not even going to be an option here, unfortunately. Yeah, for a point of reference, my average concurrent sub count on Twitch while focusing on Marvel Snap was about 2,700 concurrents over the course of the 2 years it was my focus. I think we're just letting this die, and then we're hoping Dragonite like has an insane roll. But pretty unlikely. Something that's noteworthy here is the Rocky Helmet on Moltres. So I guess I have a cape. I'll say Rocky Helmet plus this clears this, but I have plus 20, which is nice. Honorix, thank you for the brand new tier 1. And the Jesus Fish. Just like a bunch of us, I was nervous about you just doing Pocket, but a few months in, I hope you never go back. Thanks for what you do. Thanks for keeping me around. And for what it's worth, too, like, I feel like I'm in a pretty fortunate spot overall. If you look at a lot of the other Marvel Snap creators that tried to do Pokemon Pocket content, most of them were really unsuccessful in trying to play a different game. If you do comparatively, I am very grateful to the amount of my audience I've retained moving into a new game. It's generally speaking very difficult for creators who primarily stream one game to jump to a new one. And I've been very happy with how much I've retained trying to move into the Pocket space. Okay, well there's an avenue. That makes it harder. There's an avenue to win this game. Where there's a Draco, there's a chance. All right, buddy, I choose you. Knock him out. 3 in the back. No! Unlucky. All right, gamers. Thankfully, our good variance continues in the tournament. We have queued into another Execute deck. There aren't enough slots in your deck to play all the cards you just listed. Air Blender is the problem. It's too many cards. Oh, I forgot to click thanks. Sorry about it. Is Eggs on the rise because of the Ursi Day tournament? There's a lot of tournaments, chat. Eggs is doing well in all of them. If you missed the meta report yesterday, it's doing great across the board. In fact, in my EX tier list video on Thursday, I called out Executor EX as the best card in the game, and I think that's definitely true. I think Executor EX has low-key been the best card in Pokemon Pocket since the game launched. Classic. My opponent asked me if I was ready. I told them I was searching, and then we missed, so. Giovanni will make Dragonite's Draco Meteor do exactly 10 more to their active Pokemon if and only if it hits the active with any of the meteors. So in general, Geo is bad with Dragonite. I am genuinely terrified if they ever give Grass a finisher that's better than Eggan Mega or Venusaur or Celebi. Like, Grass gets a good finisher, and it's going to be tier 0 territory, so hopefully they're smart enough to avoid that. All right, as always, I'm going to focus up a little bit during the tournament rounds. I'm going to be paying a little bit less attention to chat. Please behave or the mods will bonk you. Like, one heat more, please. That'll do, Pig. Notable, there's only one giant cape in my opponent's deck, and all 4 of their basics have 50, but Yanma is weak to lightning, not fire. If they don't have a cape here, they're in trouble out the gate. But it has 2 Ericas, 1 Cyrus, 1 Sabrina, 1 Leaf, 1 Potion, 1 Communication, 1 Cape. Huge spread of utility cards here. And this alone puts us at a huge advantage. This is 50% to be a baby monkey. Yeah, baby monkey as a follow-up here. I have to imagine we're a huge favorite for this position. Heatmore here to lift with his legs. I think we're checkmate at this point. I'm gonna go digging for an extra basic just so they can't randomly, Sabrina and tag this one. This is one of those spots where if we had Sabrina instead of Cyrus, we win the game, but we're probably winning the game either way. I guess... What's the sequence? I can... I'm trying to think if they have a line. So they could hit this. And then I put this up and hit them. I don't know. They order the cape and we're all done. Yep. If they had cape, a cape plus a Cyrus could have maybe run us down if I didn't draw Dawn. We are up a game, going into game 2 here against Eggan Mega. That is not a Heatmore, and we are notably missing an X speed here. This is actually a matchup where we want to go first, because if we go first, Infernape or Chimchar and Demonferno clear and execute as well. When we're going second, we need specifically Heatmore. So we need a Heatmore and then an X speed. We've got 3 looks here. This makes getting Heatmore more likely. Okay. 2 X speeds and 13 cards to win the game on the spot. Unlucky. Caping here doesn't do anything. This is weak to grass. And heads is good for them. It means I don't have good maneuverability around their copy of Sabrina. Okay. The extra 20 on the 170 doesn't do anything in this matchup, I don't think. And I want to make sure I don't get cleared by a drop swing here, I think. So they need an Erica and a Cape to not lose their Executor to our Ape next turn. Executor is everywhere. That's why we're playing Infernape as an anti-meta deck. This means if they don't hit heads, they buy a turn now if I don't draw X speed. Now we kind of want them to clear our thing. This is actually really clever. Do I let him take the knockout point? They're down a Sabrina. They have Cyrus. I think I do this. This turn that they bought here means that their Yan Mega is ready to attack after I clear this, meaning if they have their cape, I'm in trouble. I need to draw Dawn in my next 2 cards. And even that might not be enough. I guess giving up that knockout point there means that I'm guaranteed dead next turn. So yeah, maybe I am supposed to shift the heat more so I could give up a knockout to the Yan Mega. So again, for people that are bad at following a couple of turns in advance, so I'm talking about losing to Cape. I'm talking about Cape on Yan Mega, not Cape on Executor. I'm planning out the game a couple of turns in advance. So I should have switched the Heatmores that turn because now I need Dawn this turn. And if I would have switched the Heatmore, I could give a knockout point to the Yan Mega this turn and not be dead on board. I'd be dead to their copy of Cyrus, but not just dead face up. So I mean, I wasn't guaranteed to win there if I switched the Heatmore, but I was more likely to win. I gave myself another turn. And then I wouldn't have even needed the Dawn, right? They would have had to have the Cyrus, and if they didn't have it, the Infernape gets charged up and beats them, unless they have Cape. All right, game of the 3rd. Is everybody confused why I didn't put the 3rd energy on Infernape? Please read Infernape. Several comments asking that. Please read the card. Mad Typing, thank you for the 20 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. God, so unlucky. Oh, we have 1 of these and 4 other basics. My goodness, we're gonna lose this to variants, aren't we? Freaking yikes. That's such a bad beat. How do you prevent your opponent from stream sniping? That's the neat part. You don't. Chat, if someone needs to watch my stream to win the match while we're playing it in a low-stakes community tournament, they need the win significantly more than I do. They could have it. This feels so bad. I'm not dead yet. All right, I had a disaster of a draw. Maybe they'll miss on their stage 1 for a turn or 2. Narrator. His opponents had never bricked in their lives, and they certainly weren't about to start today. What do we think of waiting for a turn to evolve Chimchar? I'm probably just supposed to make them hit it, yeah. Yeah, just supposed to make them hit it. It's so sad I had to communication my Infernape away to find a basic. Hey, thanks for the super chat, John. About a 4-game win streak with Inferno Dodrio. I think Inferno Dodrio is fine. Infernape Dodrio. They have Cape too. Yeah. This is why a matchup is, you know, it's not necessarily guaranteed, even if it's favored. Tough beats here. Oop, they missed. Can we draw our big monkey? Big monkey, big monkey. Someone asked, why evolve it? Because if I evolve it, I give myself the chance to draw Infernape this turn and get to attack with it. Do I just use my Cyrus this turn and take my first knockout point? I think I do, yeah. We are not 0%. We are not a favorite, but there are permutations of the way this game plays out that we win. Just so we are clear. They have one Cyrus of their own and one Sabrina. If they have either of those and they hit heads, we lose. But if they don't have it, or they do have it, and they don't hit heads, we could be okay. We need to put damage on Executor, maybe. They have 2 Ericas and a potion, so the damage on Executor is not necessarily useful. Yep. I suppose there's a world where we draw Monferno this turn and they don't hit heads, but otherwise we are dead. Oh, that's so frustrating. And just one card short. GG's about it. Unfortunate loss. I don't really think there was anything we could do in this third game. It's worth noting that while there was nothing I could do, and this is something especially in best of 3 that enough players don't consider, is that while there was nothing I could do in that third game, in the second game, I made a mistake. And if I change my line in the second game, I'm not guaranteed to win it, but I would have been in a better spot than guaranteed to lose, right? So, while yes, I don't think we made any mistakes in that third game and variance just reared its ugly head, I had player agency in the match as a whole, which is why best of 3 is a preferred way to play Pokemon Pocket for me. Because it gives you more chances to mitigate variance. Oh, that's interesting. We got paired up that round. Our opponent was 3-0. We were 2-1. All right, I'm going to throw the deck list on the screen for people asking about it. And I'm going to run to the bathroom. Don't go anywhere. We got plenty of Pokemon Pocket coming up today. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button. We got 1,000 people in here. I bet we can get it to 1,000 likes. I will not be playing in a noon tournament, no. We've got a bunch of viewer decks queued up. No run backs. I've got somewhere to be this afternoon. I changed my mind. Maybe we'll play the new tournament. We'll drop for this one. We're 2-2. Yeah, I drop for this one. I lied. Let's do it. I'm gonna run it back. If we end up doing well and have to drop after being undefeated, we'll do that. We'll just do viewer decks for the next little bit. I don't get Infernape when Charizard exists. I don't get Charizard when Executor exists. Why would you play Charizard when you could play Executor instead? Could you explain? Why don't we play Moltres in this deck? Because Moltres is very bad with Infernape, because Infernape discards all of its energies. Alright, I'm gonna do one more game with Dragonite, and then we will we'll dive on into our next viewer deck after. We're gonna do some Lickilicky. We've played a little bit with Magmortar. I'd be very surprised if it's a competitive card. I think Rhydon might actually be one of the largest travesties we've had in Pokemon Pocket's short history so far. It's genuinely offensive that they've printed two versions of Rhydon and they're both explicitly intentionally unplayable. Like, I understand some cards are going to be pack filler, but like putting multiple versions of a card as pack filler is like kind of heinous in the small amount of sets we've had so far. I'm gonna go digging for an Articuno here. I think we're communicating, looking for an Articuno. Dragonair's not bad. I'm gonna continue digging for an Articuno. I want to put a hat on Manaphy, hoping that they don't have... I guess I lose to either stage one here. We're probably just dead. Chat, this is going to come as a surprise to some of you, but I think there's a chance this viewer Dragonite deck is not good. Dragonite is forever bad, yep. I wasn't gonna put Dragonite in my upcoming Dex tier list video this week, and then I realized I needed to put it in there so I could do the D is for Dragonite tier bit. All right, next viewer pile of cards. Emphasis on pile. Rhino, are you playing Fire Energy in this deck or just Water? What a cursed creature. Yes to Fire, okay. I watched Spraggles try to play Rhyperior last week. Holy hell is right on, Ben. It's real scuffed, to say the least. Romesh, thank you for the baker's dozen. I appreciate the 13 months. Welcome back. Oh, poor Manaphy without first energy advantage, gamers. I guess Drudagon's a fine follow-up. I think I saved the hat for this. Are we... Did we drag the wrong card out there? Did we grab X speed instead of the helmet? This feels like we grabbed X speed instead of the helmet. You think Garchomp has any potential? To set a low bar, Garchomp, do you have second X speed Manaphy? I'm so confused. I'll take it, but I'm confused. There were 3 different Garchomp decks in the new decks roundup this morning. I think Garchomp is an inherently powerful card that suffers a little bit from the 2-color resource variant that's inherent to how the system works in Pokemon Pocket. Just gonna spread some hats out here. Put our fire energy here. Noteworthy that Lickilicky survives a 150 shot. Although I guess it doesn't survive a 150 shot after... It doesn't survive a 150 shot after it's taken 20. Do I want to play this out? Maybe? Yes? Question mark? Yes, question mark. The Manaphy letting Drudagon attack here while also having Lickilicky ready to go is interesting. Usually Drudagon decks can't build 2 attackers at once, so getting to do that here is nice. So this Palkia takes 40 here for attacking, and then the Lickilicky hits heads and clears it, or they attack us and then they tie on the Rocky helmet, right? Unlucky. Draw instead of a win. Play a basic. The number of basics you have out doesn't matter, chat. So, the only tiebreaker when you both score your points simultaneously is if both players have bench Pokemon. If yes, it draws. If only one person has bench Pokemon, they win. Yeah, we do lose to Leaf here. Leaf to other Palkia lets them win the game. We're dead to Cyrus. We're not dead to Cyrus. They only have one knockout point. We only tie with them knocking out Lickilicky because it's 2-2. Opponent has decided to draw the game. Fair. So, in the event that both players get their knockout points at the same time, if they both have bench Pokemon, it's a draw. If both players get their knockout points at the same time and one player has bench Pokemon, the person with bench Pokemon remaining wins the game. The amount of points does not matter. Literally, the only thing matters is does one person have bench Pokemon while the other doesn't. Do you know what happens if one player doesn't have a bench, but the other player doesn't have enough points to win? The person that still has Pokemon left in the game wins. You lose the game when you're on a bench Pokemon. Yeah, between Rocky Helmets and Rampardos, being aware of how the draw versus lost rules work is super relevant. Some small distinctions there, but... Do you have the game sounds lower? Yeah, I turned them down a little bit. They were too loud for a couple of videos, and erring on the side of too quiet is better than too loud. So, they exist, but they're not cranked up. Feeling like we're kind of cooked. No water in the first three. The real answer is I have to mute the game volumes occasionally. I'll kick up one tick. I mute the game volumes somewhat consistently to like record while I'm working with leaving the client up, and then I can never remember exactly what I had it in here. Take a mulligan here. Thanks for the 35 buds, Hack Page. Appreciate it. Welcome back. Almost 3 years is a long time. All right, we just died to Mewtwo, which is probably a sign that our deck's a little scuffed. Man, imagine saying that a month ago, chat. Lost to Mewtwo, deck's probably unplayable. Two Mewtwo decks in a row. Or did we queue into the same person? I don't remember what the username was of the person before this. Could be a repair. What's the role of Giratina in the Togekiss deck? You should watch the deck intro where I talk about it. There's a highlight with the Togekiss deck where I give the rundown. This is the same person as the previous one. Yeah, that tracks. Mewtwo still exists to some degree. I 6-4'd a tournament yesterday with Blastoise, and my 5th round opponent when I was 3-1 was playing Mewtwo, so they exist. I don't think Mewtwo is bad in general. I think it just has bad matchups with them, but I completely disagree. I think Mewtwo is a victim similar to Pikachu of the fact that you can't really meaningfully lead on an EX Pokemon anymore. If you lead on an EX Pokemon and then try and pivot back out of it, you're gonna get chased down by a Cyrus and a lot of things. Unless it's a Moltres. Yeah, but even the Moltres deck is built in a specific way where you're EX into EX, right? I think you could build around this card in a way that lets it be serviceable, but it's definitely not this Gardevoir, build a cannon, blast my cannon a bunch. Like, that's definitely not a way to make it be playable. Dialga, though. Dialga decks are only okay. And the good Dialga decks do what I'm talking about, like with Charizard, where you go EX Pokemon into EX Pokemon. The builds of Dialga trying to, the builds of Dialga trying to play like Melmetal and Skarmory are very mediocre. Yeah, if Mewtwo's good, it's probably a deck that wants to like lead on 2-1 knockout point Pokemon and close on Mewtwo. There was a, yeah, Weebagee in chat there. So there was a Greninja deck 2 seasons ago during the first season with Genetic Apex that it was playing, it was specifically playing Mewtwo as a finisher behind Greninja and other things. Just so we're clear, suggesting the person I'm playing against is a bot is incredibly rude and insulting, and you should expect to get timed out for it in my channel. You're always welcome to offer constructive and specific criticism of plays I make or my opponents make, but just like they're bad is not really welcome. Apologies to everyone we just baited with the pack noise. That was my booster pack, not yours. Yeah, Mewtwo Magnezone might be fine. I could buy that for $1. But very strong confidence that Mewtwo Gardevoir is not good. Our opponent died into a Lickilicky and promptly left. What a gamer. It's fine, we'll just pedal for a minute while they time out, huh? Oh, they're back! Welcome back. Thoughts on text chat when battling someone? I think adding a text box to a digital card game like this is absolutely one of the singular worst things you could ever do, and anybody who thinks it's a good idea should stay far away from game design. Please, please never touch them. I don't even want emotes. Emotes are awful in and of themselves. Letting my opponent like fully salt off in a text chat or call me racial slurs because they're mad about the card game, like, I'm good, thanks. Humans are awful. Please give me less of that. Magic the Gathering Online is a digital card game from 2 decades ago, so it's always had a chat feature because we didn't know back then. And with enough public pressure, they eventually added the ability to just fully disable chat, which all of the smart people largely do. Yeah, unironically, the only direct player interaction being a thanks button at the end of the game after the game is completed is truly one of the best things about Pokemon Pocket. As someone who has had much joy removed from my life due to Marvel Snap and emotes, I am very happy to not have systems like that here. We just put the hat on the Druidicon, yeah? Folks in chat, our next submission after this one is Pachirisu Luxray. I think that deck list had a tournament result at some point, right? Does anybody have the list offhand as a starting point? I would love to copy someone else's homework in this instance. Have you messed around with Leaf Fiend? I have not. There are so many things that are potentially good to play in this metagame. I've not tried things that are expressly going to be bad like Leaf Fiend yet. Can anyone join tournaments? You have to be able to read, which excludes a lot of TCG players by default. Reading is cheating, it really is. Can we trade Space-Time Smackdown with the mini set drops? That's a good question. We don't know the answer to that. I'm hoping the answer is yes, but definitely just speculation. And honestly, I think I wouldn't even be surprised if the answer is no, but I hope it's yes. I'm glad you're having fun with Venusaur Havoc. It's definitely a very good step on Darkrai pile of cards. I'm not sure Lickilicky is going to be able to lick her way through 2 copies of Garchomp. Cyrus might let us steal one here. We can put 2 energies on here and pull it back, and then put this up and grab this one with Cyrus. Then maybe we have a shot. With the Rocky helmet, though, we're going to be dead to a Cynthia. I guess that's not true, because we go up to 80 with Cape. Maybe we have a shot here. Just flip a bunch of heads, easy peasy. That's true, you know. One of your finest slurps, please. Oh, you know what, though? The Rocky helmet plus a tap from Meowth means Cynthia Garchomp clears us. Is a unfortunate set of breakpoints here. Hey, Magus, thank you for the 54 months. I appreciate it. Okay, well that means single heads is enough to clear Chomperson. So now we have to pivot the Licky out. Because otherwise, we lose to Cynthia next turn. They have their whole deck in their hand, so assuredly they have at least one Cynthia, yes? Lickilicky Dialga put up some tournament results this weekend. They only have one knockout point, yeah? So I can put this Manaphy up? What if they have Cyrus? If they have Cyrus, they can't Cyrus and Cynthia in the same turn. Alright, we're gonna have one Colossal Slurp for the win next turn, gamers. The more I play with Lickilicky, the more I think it's probably a mostly worse version of Wigglytuff. And I know that that's a weird comparison to make, but a lot of the time with Lickilicky, you need to win one coin flip. And with Wigglytuff, you also generally just need to win one coin flip. I feel like if I'm going to need to win one flip, I'd rather play the one that attacks for 3, right? We got there. We cleared this one. But I think that's my gut vibe. Is our second opponent disconnecting in a row? They put something in the water today, gamers? Why is everybody so salty? What's going on? You know what time it is, regulars?
Down here, salt is a way of life.
Obviously, the environment down here is all salt. The ceiling's salt, the floor is salt, the walls are salt, and to an extent, the air is salt. And you breathe that in, and you can constantly taste the salt.
People want. Someone was asking earlier, do we want a text box in this game? Could you imagine what this type of person would be doing in the text box right now? They had the option to send me messages directly. They were going to be just one of the most unpleasant people imaginable. That sounds miserable. People just hate losing to this cursed creature. What a cursed monstrosity it is. Yeah, the 3D effect when you move them around is really clean. Love the 2 stars for that. Alright, gamers, we got to pedal for like 10 more minutes, then it's going to be lunchtime. Do you ever battle viewers for fun? I do not. My live streams are large enough that trying to coordinate playing with viewers leaves people disappointed and left out, so I'd rather just play the random queue. Even if we did subs only and there's enough of that it's also hard to coordinate. There's downtime in between. Although I guess the code system, you could do fastest fingers, but even that's pretty far from fair. It just doesn't create a very balanced experience. Oh, we gave the better person a thanks. Punted. Licky lapping up with all the salt. Yep. Yeah, we're gonna run back the same 20 cards for Infernape in the new tournament. I like the build a lot. I made a mistake in one of them and ran bad in another. Can you explain what to do with Shine Dust? So, one of the things that's nice about Pokemon Pocket's infinite currency systems is that other than Pokegold, every currency only has one purpose. So, Shine Dust is used to put cosmetic flares on your cards, and that's it. There's no like risk of min-maxing or not min-maxing appropriately. Anytime you see a currency and you feel like you want to spend it, it's relatively optimal to spend it. Man, if he gets to live for a second go-round at least. Card's cracked. Do you think they'll add a second set of premium cosmetics? I hope so. Speaking as someone that filled out this Pokeball stuff before the game even launched, like, it'd be nice to have something meaningful to do with it. What is min-maxing? Min-maxing refers to getting the most out of your resources. I've flared so many cards, but still have so much dust. I have over 200,000 dust, but I would assume that's a whale problem more than anything. Are you a 99 friends list kind of guy? My tier 3 and top tier subscribers in the Discord server have my friends code. I took it from there. All right, well, we get to lap up Kangaskhan. Hopefully the baby in the pouch closes their eyes for what's about to occur here. It looks like we're significantly ahead, yeah. Lickytug's gonna bring this home for sure. Hopefully the highlight video for this one will be eligible for monetization. Spoilers! This deck's not good enough to get a highlight video. I think we're dead. Put a hat on this. I guess I can hit a coin. This is again just gonna come down to a game where I need to win a coin flip. Not this one, thankfully. The next one. This one didn't matter. All right, Big Lick. I choose you. All right. I think we're going to take a slightly longer than normal ad break. I'm going to do 3 minutes on Twitch instead of 2. Because I have some leftover chili from the weekend in my fridge upstairs. I'm going to run up and reheat a little bit of it for my lunch before this tournament starts. I'm going to go ahead and put the Infernape deck that we're going to play in the tournament on the screen for folks that are interested in seeing that. It's going to start at the top of the hour. If you're interested in playing, there's still time to sign up on Limitless. I'm not running the tournament. I'm just playing in it. If you're watching on YouTube, consider tapping the like button. Don't go anywhere, gamers. We got plenty of pocket coming up today. BRB. Thanks to the folks that stuck it out through our extended break. Tournament starts in about 5 minutes. That gives us a little bit of time to build our next viewer deck that we'll be playing between rounds. One really interesting dynamic between the streaming platforms is YouTube as a live streaming platform has way more people that dip out when I take a slightly longer break like that or do anything that isn't just constantly pressing the requeue button. Compared to Twitch, people are a lot more tolerable of short breaks on average. We dropped about 5% viewers on Twitch with that break. We dropped about 30% on YouTube. You play clips or something during the break? Nah. I think doing extra work to try and cater to the lowest common denominator is probably a mistake. Probably no room for Cyrus here. I need a 5th basic. Especially when I'm gonna play communication. Yeah, Duck is always the answer. And you explain why you need a 5th basic. Yeah, having 4 basic means you're going to have more games where you have only 1 or 2 basics and then brick off and die. Having a 3rd Pokemon line, also it's right, it's not Duck, it's Farfetch'd. Having a 3rd Pokemon line also helps you diversify your strategy, which makes your deck less linear and able to adapt more into varying opposing strategies. Generally speaking, every single season we've had in Pokemon Pocket so far, all of the good decks have optimized to play more basics. Although this season, with the Hyper Executor decks, that might be changing for the first time. But I think those are a pretty specific edge case because your starts with Executor are just so much better than the ones without it. I'm not a big fan of bird watching, so usually I don't tune into the Superb Owl. I know it's a big cultural thing, but it's just not my thing. What are your thoughts on expanding the deck size to 30? I think Pokemon Pocket is literally the only card game I've ever made content for where people constantly suggest the deck sizes should be larger. I think Pokemon Pocket is awesome with 20 card decks, and I hope they never change it, and I'd be surprised if they ever did. The core game design is very clearly balanced around decks being 20 cards. Yes, 20 cards means it's difficult to figure out which cards you're playing, but that's what optimizing is for. Our round one opponent for the noon tournament is not checked in yet, but they're playing Greninja Gyarados, which is probably a terrible matchup for us. Sinking regrets not playing a second Spirit Tomb. We have 4 minutes to check in, so I'm gonna chill and eat my chili while we wait. And they're here, and we're probably dead. That'll do. For the people asking, I do not know what is in the chili. I just stir the crock pot after my wife throws it all in. This is similar to last season's. Most decks have a very polarized matchup into Gyarados one way or the other, and I would assume our polarized matchup into Gyarados is not in a way that's favorable for us. Opponent is notably playing a split 1-1 of Druddigon and Kangaskhan. And then they have a 1-Leaf, 1-Cyrus split, which has been common in these builds after the latest expansion. I think we go ahead and communication here. So I wouldn't mind finding a copy of Spirit Tomb. Yeah, that's nice. Do I pivot into just attacking with that right away? I think so. I think so. I'm gonna save this other Chimchar because we have a second communication that could help us dig up the big one. what happened in our first tournament this morning, too. We queued into Gyarados. They just hit a bunch of heads a bunch of times. Yeah, of course chili has sour cream in it. It's one of the best ingredients. My advanced tub is almost out, chat. I just placed another order this morning. Need more flavor. Flavor. I'm not sure we have a path to victory from here. I think they could brick on everything and we probably still just die the way this is set up. Excuse me. I guess, maybe they don't have Greninja and we hit this twice more and then we top deck a Cyrus. Could maybe do it, but even that's asking a lot. It's a lot of moving pieces that have to break our way. The Greninja on curve here is checkmate. Why do you have the board so zoomed in? Why would you want to watch someone play Pokemon Pocket, where Pokemon Pocket only takes up a third of the screen? It's my question back to you. It sounds awful. Am I sold on Spirit Tomb? Spirit Tomb is very good in this deck. It's mostly a question of do I want one or two. Spirit Tomb is literally the only reason we remotely have a chance in a game like this. Okay. Spirit Tomb. Spirit Tomb lets you mark damage in advance on things like Gyarados that have more HP than Infernape can deal. Bringing 160s and 180s into line so you can actually have a chance to clean them out is really important. It enables Cyrus too in some spots, but it's more about hitting breakpoints than enabling Cyrus. Why Heatmore over Duck? Because Executor EX is the best card in the game. And the most popular card is Darkrai, so having more HP is good there, and having weakness is good in the other one. If you didn't watch this weekend's meta report, Executor decks were #1 with a bullet. And I don't expect that to change. Well, our Misty opponents in tournaments today are averaging lots of heads. Would you consider low punny? Yeah, we did play some games with low punny. I think it's actually kind of okay. The camera did not die. I turned it off so I could blow my nose. You know, is this wrong? Am I supposed to... I think this is wrong, actually. I think I'm supposed to Spirit Tomb, hope they don't have Gyarados for a turn, and then Cyrus the Carp. Narrator, they just have the Gyarados. Alright, so we're not just dead. Oh, I guess they could leap out here, too. That doesn't guarantee they have Gyarados. They could just be leaping out. But even if they have the Gyarados, if I hit, what's it called on curve here, we could be okay. Yeah, I messed this up. If if they really don't have Gyarados, and I would have just Spirit Tombed last turn, I would have been Heat Mooring down this Magikarp with energy on it this turn. They just had Gyarados the whole time. Now, that being said, we're not just dead here. I have to hit Monferno next turn, but if I hit Monferno next turn, we go tap you to 140, and then Infernape finishes. So we have an out. We just have to draw the middle monkey this turn. And we're dead. No, we're not dead. This Cyrus means because they discarded their own energy, the Cyrus can tempo for us here. This gives us a window. They don't have a second Leaf. They would have to have second Misty and hit heads. But the problem here now is the Gyarados comes up and clears Heatmore. And then I don't have a way... I needed the Heatmore to mark damage on the Gyarados. If they don't find their way to Greninja, the Infernape technically lives a hit from Gyarados. So with the Dawn, there's maybe a window still. Either way, I have to hit my stage 1 this turn. Cool. Pretty incredibly unfortunate set of variants there. Not really any agency we could do. Alright, let's play some Pocket Isu Luxray, huh? Sometimes there's interesting games where you have things you can learn. And sometimes you just die. I have to say, while I'm glad some of the decks from our first expansion are still playable, it's really sad that Charizard and Gyarados are the two that are still playable, because I think they were the two least interesting decks from the first expansion. They're just such boring, set up your big cannon and blast decks. I think we open Duck while we build up the squirrel in the back. Is Mewtwo not playable anymore? Just not remotely. Both Pikachu and Mewtwo will be D tier in my meta tier list this weekend. Or this week. They are very much not good. How do you feel about keeping the Duck? kind of into this. They would need Machoke and Lucario, or Machoke and Giovanni, which is unlikely. And if they don't have Machoke, we threaten lethal next turn. Mewtwo is bad because decks that lead on an EX Pokemon and expect to be able to retreat them to safety later are bad with Cyrus existing. Pachirisu dies in 1 to Machamp, which is unfortunate. Now, one thing that we have here, if they have the Machamp on curve, Volkner top deck will give this the energy from the Duck, and then we'll clear the Machamp with the 120 Blast, which is nice. Right. If we hit the 1 in 5 a little bit better to hit Volkner here, we're in a very good spot. Oh, goodness. Okay. So this means I don't need to draw Volkner, though, yeah? I get to quack this down to 80, and then Pachirisu finishes next turn. I think I Communication to play around in a second copy of Sabrina, digging for another basic here. Yes, this is a spot where their Sabrino is better than Cyrus for them, for sure. Now, we're not guaranteed out of the woodwork yet, because if they top deck Lucario, Marshadow clears Pachirisu in 1. So 1 in 4 to lose to Revenge here. That being said, I don't have any agency left to play around that. This is our sequence that gives us our best chance to win. I would very much not be surprised if there is a non-Gardevoir Mewtwo deck that's playable. I think there haven't really been people that have worked on that so far. I think if I was a Mewtwo enjoyer, that is where I would start exploring for things that could maybe be competitive. No Lucario, no problem. Got him, gamers. That was an interesting game, right? Their Sabrina meant that they gave us an out when we missed the Volkner, but it played around us having the Volkner. Yeah, shout out to Farfetch, right? Just like absolutely quack there. Like that, dedicate that game to the person earlier asking about why I always play a 5th and 6th basic. That's why more basics is good. Is Darkrai Weezing any good? It's like the third best Darkrai deck, which isn't to say it's bad, but it is to say that, like, it's not the best way to play it. This weekend's tournament results with Pachirisu felt so validating after I had so many nerds upset that I put it in C tier in my EX rankings video. They were just like, Jeff, 18 trainer Pachirisu did well in these 100-player tournaments, Jeff. You're underrating the squirrel, Jeff. Like, no, dear gamers, I am very much not. Squirrel, very appropriately rated. Pokemon Pocket is not Marvel Snap. We don't get data mines weeks or months in advance of the cards coming out. In fact, I would wager the literal only reason we found out 1 day in advance what was in this most recent set was because, I bet the only reason we knew what even 1 day in advance what was in this most recent set was because they had the trading patch the night before. I would bet this next expansion, the patch said the cards won't be till like the right before. Wait, do they not have Togekiss yet? Togekiss? Birdman, thank you for the 22 months. Appreciate the prime. Are you worried about your opponent stream sniping you? I think if someone I'm playing against needs a win so badly they need to stream snipe, they can have it. Are we cooked? We might be cooked, gamers. Wait, what? That's interesting. I think they were supposed to... I think they were supposed to 40 me and then... Oh, I guess 40 and 60 doesn't work, though. So maybe this is right. How many wins are on my account at this point? Too many? Not a lot? I don't know the answer to that. Oh, you know what? Did I mess up here? I totes messed up. I should have left this at the stage 1 to clear this and keep the Pachirisu alive, right? I think we're still good. They put this up and clear this. I go Bolt you for 120, and then I have Volkner. So long as we don't get Cynthia, we're good to go. Yeah, that's also true. Seeing your opponent's hand is less valuable in Pocket than it is in games like Snap. But I also, something we talked about in Snap a lot is I think the content creators in Snap being hyper paranoid about stream sniping is so obnoxious. Like, really, stream sniping just isn't a thing that happens that frequently. Oh, wait! If I draw a bench Pokemon, even if they have Cynthia, we trade because of the helmets, yeah? All right, come on. Give me a bench. Give me a bench. Nice. Nice! Oh, wait. Oh, this is tough. Do I play around Cynthia or Sabrina? Cynthia's way more likely than Sabrina, yeah? So the only tiebreaker in Pokemon Pocket is, does someone have bench Pokemon left? So if they Cynthia us here and kill my Luxray, we win the game because I have a bench Pokemon and they don't. This is a win for the home team. Coolio. It's not a tie because I have bench Pokemon and they don't. You should listen to the words that I'm saying. So the outcomes for the end of the game are the permutations for the end of the game are if you both get knocked out at the same time and you both have bench, it's a draw. If you get knocked out at the same time and neither of you have bench, it's a draw. And if you get knocked out at the same time and one person has a bench and the other person doesn't, the person with the bench Pokemon win. And the number of Pokemon on your bench does not matter. So if you have 2 and they have 1, it's still a draw. QED, play more basics. Just so we're getting down to the end of it, the end of this, the reasoning, logic statement together. Put more basic Pokemon into your deck, gamers. All right. This deck's been fun so far. Patchy and Luxray. Luxray is a card that feels real close to being real good. Let's go ahead and roll some adverts. Our next tournament round is starting in about 10 minutes. So we probably have time to sneak one more of these after the ad block. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. Appreciate the almost 750 people that have done that already today. How many basic Pokemon is a good number? 5 is the absolute floor. A lot of the time you want 6 or even 7. Usually my decks with stage 2s are the only ones I play 5 in, because stage 2s just take so many slots. Any spicy tournament brews you're still hoping to try? I want to play Gallade and Luxray in tournaments at some points. I recorded some games off stream over the weekend with Manaphy Blastoise that'll go up in a highlight later this week as well. I think that deck's solid. We might play Troll Control in a tournament at some point too. I liked that one. Do you recommend watching on YouTube or Twitch? Whichever platform's more convenient for you. It's mostly a wash for me as a streamer. Ad revenues fluctuate on both month to month. There's 3 basics and 2 fossils count as 5. Yeah, I would count that as 5, Yang. Pocket Nation! Thank you for the 44 months. Welcome back. Watching on Twitch, watching on YouTube, chatting on Twitch is what I do. That's the big brain play, because YouTube's player is better, but their chat feature is absolute garbage. Sorry, YouTube chat. It's just a strictly inferior product. Feature for feature, it's significantly worse than Twitch. Your player is better though. Being able to pause the stream and then come back and play it and watch it at 1.5 or 2x speed is really clean. Fun fact, you want to know why Twitch chat is so feature-rich and excellent? It's actually just IRC. Every Twitch streamer's chat room is an IRC channel. No joke. What's IRC? If you know what IRC is, this is your reminder to stand up and stretch your legs. Maybe take an aspirin for your back. Drink some water, you know, stay active. Your body needs it. Alright, assuredly Shig's hiding successfully here. Yes, Executor Shaman. Sounds kind of scary, honestly. Hey, Dela Cruz, thanks for hanging out. Don't worry, I told my lawyers to make an exception for you. You can take any decks you want. Do I put a hat on it? I'm not sure that I do. Is it... The claws only effectively do 20 here? What if I put energy on Patchy, and then next turn we Luxray to retreat for free and put the Patchy up? I think I'm into that. I think I'm into that. So, you could definitely open a Twitch VODs channel, the VOD section of a Twitch stream, and go back and watch it while it's still live. You've always been able to do that, but that's way less convenient than being able to pause it live and then scroll back in it. It's way cluunkier and harder to replicate than what happens on the YouTube side. So the helmet negates the Shamans here, but probably safe to assume their deck is full of Ericas, yeah? If this is all they have, the Volkner clears it next turn. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Yeah, they needed Erica to not be dead to the Volkner. Well, to not lose the Executor to the Volkner, I should say. We're still gonna play a game here. So, no energy in my discard pile right now, but Pachirisu conveniently has a retreat cost of 1. And then I just need to be able to run and hide with the Luxray until we can clean out one of these Shamans with it down the line. So double heads on the Celebi probably puts us in a very mediocre spot, but if they don't high roll the Luxray here, we're a solid favorite to win. Yes, Volkner is very strong. I don't know what an optimal Luxray deck looks like, but I'd be very surprised if there's not a competitive iteration of it somewhere in this format. It's super strong. All right, let's open on this. There it is. There it is. So energy here, bail you out, dodge a Cyrus, we could dodge a ball. I'm gonna start putting this out. Actually, the fact that I'm gonna put the helmet on this too, just in case. Because if they Cyrus and kill this, the Pachirisu finishes the Celebi, yeah? Because it'll be at 50 with the helmet plus the Shamans. Yeah, I think we're checkmate at this point. They have second potion. They could get us. Cool. Deba, that's all, folks. This build's kind of sweet. Oh, yeah, second potion doesn't even do it because of the hat. Yeah, good call. They would have needed Executor and pivoted to that, huh? Our gadgets are so great. I think we're gonna have to give this deck a double session, feels like. Feels like something I wouldn't mind posting a highlight with. I need to build up a little backlog of content, so I'm gonna be off a couple of days next week. For the regulars, I'm gonna be streaming Saturday this week as well. We might play the Ursi tournament live on Saturday, I think. But then I'm gonna be off Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Is the plan. The kids have a 3-day weekend, and then we're giving them a couple extra days off to take a little bit of a trip. Delaris, thank you for the brand new Prime, appreciate it. Is Patchy better than Zapdos here? It felt pretty good. Jeff doesn't get PTO, he takes unpaid time off. Accurate. The sub count goal will be solidly under after 5 days off, but we'll make do. All right. There's still 2 matches outstanding in the tournament. I think we're just gonna chill for a second though. Hopefully they'll wrap it up soon. We're 3 minutes overtime. Yes, my manager did approve the time off. I thought Low Putty would be a good tech card against Gyarados. I think Low Putty's a solid tech card against Gyarados. Gyarados just doesn't have a super high play rate. And we could be getting into a point where that's going to change because Gyarados does have a strong Executor matchup, and Executor is getting increasingly popular. In fact, let's go ahead and take a look at a couple of the metagame things from today instead of just staring at my deck list. I got to remember that that's an option we can do. Always forget that. Oh wow, Egg's less popular than I was expecting. So it looks like Darkrai Greninja, most popular today at 11%. Charizard and Egg Celebi at about 10. I guess if you add Eggan Mega and Egg Celebi together, eggs as a whole are at the tippy top. Oh yeah, there's Egg Mew down here too. So this is 7, it's like 17% egg. And then Gyarados. Gyarados is actually only at 3.5%. That's such a bad beat. We queued into that round 1 and it's a bad matchup for us. It's always extra tilting when you're like, my impossible matchup has almost no one playing it. We managed to find it in the 400 player tournament or however many people are in here. This one is almost done. Hey, that's one of the people we lost to. Played a 9 AM tournament, went 2-2 in it. Good to see there, taking their good fortune and running it down. What was this one? This one had 12%, that egg, 4.5%, 5% here, and then 2% here. So this was, egg was over 20% in the morning tournament. Yes, Egg Mew is Egg Celebi with a Mew as a 4th basic, is accurate. And one fun factoid that I shared in the meta report this week is looking at the matchup tables from the biggest tournament this past weekend. Adding that one Mew to your deck took this archetype from only having a 24% win rate against Charizard to this one having an over 40% win rate against Charizard. So just that one singular tech card slot bought them almost 20 percentage points in the matchup. It didn't quite bring it to favorable, but it took it to, okay, you could actually like play the game. One of the only times I've tilted at a Magic event was a 30-person PTQ, and I hit my bad matchups round 1 and round 2. I once drove to a 1,000+ player Magic tournament with 4 other people and played someone in my car rounds 1 and rounds 2 randomly. I don't remember what the results were of those games, but that was one of those, like, come on now. Come on now. I put Mew in my Executor deck after watching the meta report last night. Smart. What are our standings? Mostly eggs here. Egg. Magnezone Greninja. I'm listening. Dialga, Licky, with a 4-2. That's cute. Nothing too spicy at the top at this point. Yeah, I'm curious. I got 2 weeks out of the new deck roundup videos. This morning we had another new decks roundup. Dragonite, Eggan Mega. Oh, they're doing Eggan Mega and Palkia with Manaphy. That's cute. It's less bad than some other things you could be doing, I suppose. I'm not going to tell you it's good. I'm going to tell you it's less bad. Is there anything else going on this morning? At a 285-person tournament this morning at 147 as well. There might be something to this Executor card, chat. What was our win rates? Oh, wow. Despite having a bunch at the top, the overall win rate was not that good here, huh? What they have a hard time with? All right, our round 2 pairing is up. Ooh, this is an oldie but a goodie. We're playing against an Executor deck, but it's Executor Greninja. And it looks like they're only playing 1 color of energy. They've only submitted 1 color of energy. Not being able to attack with Greninja here seems like a choice. Oh! They're not playing Egg EX. They're playing Mythical Island. Oh, I'm gonna pull their deck list up here. This is not what I thought at first glance. They're playing Mythical Island Executor, so they're all 1 knockout point other than the Muse. How's Infernape templated? Does he say Fire Energy? God, it does say Fire Energy, so Muse pretty good into us. We kill Mew in 1 though. They don't have any sustain for it. Waiting for our opponent to check in here. They technically have a couple of minutes. As a general plug, if you enjoy watching or playing in tournaments, I can confirm that the Hoaglandia Spraggles Open Series is going to be a series. Mark your calendars. We're going to be coming back on March 8th. We're going to have more cash in the prize pool this time around. We have a $550 prize pool, plus some other stuff that I've rustled up that I can't quite share yet. Ooh, secrets. Do they ever do closed deck list tournaments? Not typically. A closed deck list exposes people to be able to cheat. So usually if it's not open deck list, people can change decks every game or every round, which I'm not interested in playing in those types of tournaments. They exist, but I don't do them. Yeah, the mini set is data mined to release on February 28th, which is Friday. And I felt like running a Saturday tournament the day after the set releases was a little bit too soon. I want it to be close, but like, even if you're spending money, if you open bad on your packs, you can't guarantee the cards you want. So I'm curious to see what numbers look like, since it's technically going to be like 8 days or whatever after the set release, as opposed to like 3 or 4 like the last one. I think we'll probably still have solid numbers, but I think the day after is just a little bit too quick. We lost the first round, and there's a chance our opponent's not showing up for the second one. We've got 2 more minutes here. Apologies for the wait, but that comes with the territory of playing events. Why not do Sundays? Sunday makes it harder for people who are not US to compete if they work a traditional job Monday through Friday. I also had otherwise scheduled plans on that Sunday that I didn't feel like moving. But in general, I think early-ish morning US start time lets the most people play. It means people who are in, like, the UK and Europe can, like, play it starting in, like, early afternoon for themselves. Like, it'll be late if it runs fully for them, but it's still serviceable, right? Like 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Central is, what, like 3 to 5 p.m. for most of Europe. So even if you're on the late side of that, plus 10 hours, it's only like till like 2 a.m. or so. 2, 3 a.m., which is not an early night, but it's still like serviceable. It's less jacked up than it otherwise could be for you. What's the best pack to pull and build for a new player? I think Charizard packs are the best right now. You know, I'm going to put that on my list for a video to make next week. Best pack. That might be a good one to have while I'm on vacation. Maybe we'll do a couple of double video days. I'm curious to see how beginner content does in Pocket. With Marvel Snap, once we were a couple months in, beginner content did not perform well. But I think Pocket's a little bit more accessible to people coming in late, so maybe it'll do a little bit better. Best pack and best budget deck are probably things I want to do. How will you sign up for the tournament? The tournament will be on Limitless. The signups will open up like a week before or so. Yeah, it looks like our opponent's not going to check in this round and we'll win by default. Top 5 of each card type sound like viable. It does not, unfortunately. So during the first 2 expansions, I did tier lists and rankings for all the different types of cards, and the only ones that performed well were tier lists and rankings for EX Pokemon. So I don't intend to do non-EX tier lists or trainer tier lists or stuff like that just because the numbers aren't there. Those videos are significantly more work to do, and if they perform worse than a deck highlight, I'd rather just do a deck highlight. You look like you've lost weight. What's going on, Stratus? Yeah, I see you've been following for almost 3 years. I lost about 55 pounds in 2024. So there's definitely less of me if it's been a minute since you've been here. What do you think about Spiritomb? I think my initial review of Spiritomb was exactly spot on. The card is very bad if it's just a Cyrus enabler. However, the appropriate way to think about Spiritomb and the thing that makes it potentially good is when it allows you to hit extra breakpoints. So I think 1 to 2 Spiritomb in the Infernape deck that I'm playing is quite good because it helps you bring down things that have more than 140 HP to a place where it can hit them down. What's 55 pounds in non-Eagle land units? A pound is, it's like 2 point something pounds to a kilogram. So it's like 25 kilograms. Imagine using science units instead of freedom units. Sounds like a scam. All right, listen, I will admit that, like, freedom units are nonsense and we should use the metric system. But the people in my chat's talking about measuring weight in stones right now, you're just crazy people, okay? And I refuse to acknowledge anything other than you're crazy people. What is a stone? It's a made-up fantasy unit that crazy people reference. Any tips for losing weight? Eat less calories. Anybody who tells you the secret to weight loss is anything other than eating less calories than you burn in a day is trying to sell you something. I made 3 primary lifestyle choices that allowed me to consume less calories. The first is that I stopped drinking my calories. I only drink water, unsweet tea, or artificially sweetened things like my advanced, which is very delicious while being 0 calories. Hashtag sponsored. And then the big one, if you live in the United States, is you need to stop eating all of your food when you go to a restaurant. And the number one key part of doing that is you need to not trust yourself, because you're probably a slob like me who can't be trusted. So when you get your food at a restaurant, you need to take it while it's still on your plate and divide it up to begin with. Don't just tell yourself you're only going to eat half. Divide it in half before you start consuming. And that tip's a twofer, because then you get to save money because you get to have extra delicious food as leftovers as well. And then the third tip is when you're feeling hungry at 9 or 10 o'clock at night, don't eat a 4th meal. Go to bed. People who don't sleep enough tend to eat more on average and feel hungrier. And then, because this is the internet, I feel like I need to suffix everything I've just said with, I am not a registered dietitian. I am not a doctor. If you have questions or are confused about a healthy way to lose weight, you should consult a professional, not a random person playing a children's card game on twitch.tv. That being said, good luck, Godspeed. I wish you the best in all of your weight loss journeys, gamers. Unironically, one of the hardest things to do while losing weight as a parent is actually throwing your children's food away. Kids leave so many table scraps, and it's just so easy to just be like, oh, you're not gonna finish that? Oh, you're gonna throw that away? Like, it's very, very, very easy to just like consume everything the children don't. Oh, man. When you Cyrus up the rat and have typical Celebi things. Alright, I don't have a Vulcaner, unfortunately. Let's see if we can live again here. I paid for it. I'm not going to let it go to waste. Yep. Unfortunately, without the second Vulcaner, all their bricks ultimately don't matter here. I guess there's a world... Was I supposed to Shinx and hide? Yeah, I was totally supposed to Shinx and hide. Yeah, totally should have Shinx and hide. Yeah, we'll hang out. It's fine. I messed up here. I guess if they don't have a heal, the Volkner still lets me win next turn, yeah? And they're already through an Erica to potion. I think putting Pachirisu up is my best chance to win. I think we do this, hope they hit the 2 out of 6, and then we top deck the Volkner and clean it up. Oh my goodness! He can't keep getting away with it! Come on, Volkner, we're owed this. Come on. Yeah, buddy! They can't script TV this good, gamers. What a video game. What a video game. Good night, my sweet prince. This must be what happened. There were no less than 3 people that commented on my meta report of the Executor deck being the best deck by a wide margin. They're like, this deck's unplayable. I can't win a game with it. All of their games must look like that. Like, I have to imagine that's just every game they play. The plot armor was incredible. Wellness check on the opponent's phone, seriously. I'm enjoying this Luxray Pachirisu deck a lot. Luxray's a card that feels really close to being really powerful. Like I said, chat, if the Executor ever gets a finisher that's better than Celebi and Eggan Mega, it's gonna be like tier 0 territory. Runtime, thank you for the over 5 years, appreciate that. Rhyhorn Gaming. Is this a Pachirisu or Luxray deck? Yes. Yes. Obvious answer every Hoaglandian knows is it's a Farfetch deck is the real answer. I'm gonna vibe on the second Shinx for now. Might want to communication that later. Every deck I build is far-fetched. Fair. Okay, running Luxray cracks, potentially very, very good. Rhyperior needs like 4 energy to attack, right? So they're just like an eternity away from that. They could Dawn off of the Onix. Ooh, that's a good call, actually. So we do want to cook their active just in case of it. Yeah, I wanna end this turn, because I think the only way we lose is if they're able to clear Luxray. So Brock Onyx as an energy battery for Rhyperior. Oh yeah. Do I Rocky Helmet so that way if they have a cape, I still kill this next turn? I think so, yeah. We're done here. We could also just kill the Onix. Yeah, it's true. I don't think there was a wrong way to eat that, Rhesus. How does Onix battery Rhyperior with Dawn? You Brock onto the Onix and then you Dawn up to the Rhyperior. As taking a hit on 1 is not ideal. It's a shame we don't have first energy advantage. First energy advantage, Patchy in 2. Darkrai is so strong for the Patchy side. They hit me, I go energy. They hit me, I go energy. I hit them, they clear me. Does not bode well for our hero. Holding on to this because we could communication with it. Okay. Them putting a helmet on there means they can't put a cape on it. So now I put a hat on here. And then I'll play out Farfetch'd. And then if we hit Luxray, we clean the Darkrai. And then we've got Volkner charged up to clear a second one. Well, they've given us a win condition. I think if they just retreated, we probably couldn't have a shot, but now, now Luxray is live. And on that, we're just bricked, I think. It's edge. It's always sad when they give you it out and then you fail to hit it. Yeah, I don't have full art Patchies or Volctors. That's sad. I'm pretty much done spending this set, though. I'm opening packs. I'm opening Dialga packs. I want full art Yanmegas, maybe, but I'll probably have enough points to pack point like one more 2-star, and I'm hoping to open a Yanmega and then pack point the second. What do you think of Skarmory Yanmega? That could be okay. Skarmory's a really good lead. And Yanmega's a fine finisher. We're gonna vibe on the second Patchy because we're a communication deck. I want to try and trade that in for, what's it called? Opponent is a Florges Enjoyer. The notable breakpoint here is even if they hit their stage 1, it only has 70 HP, which means Patchy. Ooh, okay. Has 90. Zarth, thank you for the brand new Prime support. I appreciate you pushing us up towards our sub goal. We're getting close again. Wait, Rocky Helmet and Energy. And then they can't attack me next turn, even if they have their stage 1, yeah? It'll put them back to 70. These two kind of offset each other. And if they don't attack me this turn, I get to 80 them and 80 them, which clears Florges through the cape and the healing, right? Yeah, they're just done. What's going on, Loopy? Good morning. Does Rocky Helmet proc if their attack does no damage? It does not. Only if you take a hit. All right, let's go ahead and take a brief pause for the cause and tap our adverts for the hour. We got about 10 minutes till round 3 of the tournament starts, where we are 1-1. Probably have time to fit in one more with this Luxray pile of cards, and we'll be aping in round 3 of the event. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. Approaching 1,000 on that again would be a good metric to hit. I need to clear out some deck slots, chat. This is probably terrible. Why do they not give me any deck slots? It's so annoying how few deck slots we have. Am I deleting this? I'm probably deleting this. I don't think we're ever going to play it. Jacko, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate it. Second Rain coming in hot for the half a year. We have 96 red Talon themed decks, yeah. What's your do or die deck for a tournament right now? I played this in a tournament over the weekend. I played something close to this. This is what I would play after playing in the tournament. I like Palkia Blastoise a lot. I am somewhat confident that Blastoise is the best Manaphy card in Pokemon Pocket right now. I'll have a highlight with this later this week that I recorded off stream. All right, let's play another Luxray round, huh? They want you to pay for extra deck storage. I mean, I would pay them. Please take my money. They don't even sell it. Is it too late to submit a deck? It is, unfortunately. So usually our deck submissions fill up in the first 10 to 15 minutes in the morning. However, I see you're one of my wonderful Twitch subs. You should pop in the Discord server. I'll post a link in the announcements channel on there for Twitch subs and YouTube members to submit decks the night before or morning of. We take in viewer decks every other day this week. Usually we take somewhere between 4 and 6, depending on how long I plan to be live in the day. Superior? That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. I'm gonna put Rocky Helmet on here because 80 plus 80 plus 20 is 180, which means if they attack me and hit me for damage next turn, I kill them through an Erica. Is our relevant breakpoint here that the Rocky Helmet lets us hit. I wonder if we'll see them just not attack. This deck feels good. Pachirisu is a card that seems potent, and Luxray is a powerful card too, and they're two great flavors that kind of taste good together so far. Definitely picking up what this deck's putting down. Live! Live! My poor squirrel. My poor squirrel. I can't say I've missed this. I'm really glad that the Hyper Celebi decks are no longer a thing. Revenge for that other game? Yeah. Superior things. Alright, 4 minutes till the tournament rounds up. We can sneak in another one, I believe. It's incredibly rude to call my Pachirisu a rat. It's very clearly a squirrel. Oh, that's so rude. I had such a good hand. Oh, you know what? Are we in the event queue? I think I'm in the event queue. I need to stop doing that. Some people are just like retreating randomly in the event queue thinking they're doing people favors. Do the random match. Squirrels are rats with good branding. Alright, 50% to be Luxray. Or Sinks. You know, that's Luxray. Whatever the basic is. It's really sad that they have first energy advantage here. Gonna put us solidly behind. Playing Spirit Tomb in my Infernape deck has really taught me how few people listen to how carefully I choose my words. And I repeat this one a lot today more. So my initial assessment of Spirit Tomb was that Spirit Tomb was not worth running just to enable Cyrus, because Cyrus is a good card that doesn't need an enabler. The Infernape deck that I am playing today is not playing Spirit Tomb to enable Cyrus. We're playing Spirit Tomb because Spirit Tomb helps us hit breakpoints that Infernape otherwise would not be hitting. So Infernape dealing 140 alongside Spirit Tomb lets us clear 150 and even 160 and sometimes higher than that. So Spirit Tomb is worth playing to help you clear bigger things with your attackers that can't quite get there on their own. It is not worth playing just to pull things up with Cyrus later. It's like a double Giovanni if you squint. What's your take on spending money to get full arts and rainbow arts of cards? What kind of silly person would you have to be to spend money on a video game like Pokemon Pocket? That seems pretty nonsense. Could you imagine that, chat? Spending money on a video game like Pokemon Pocket? It's free, gamers. Why would you spend money on a free game? Don't be silly. If they don't have Charizard here, we win the game. Oh my goodness, they don't have Charizard. We win the game. Volkner is so good. I can't believe we won this game. Well, they bricked out their Charizard, so I can't believe we won this game. But like, holy. And then Moltres here is weak to lightning, so we actually just win the game next turn with the second Volkner to actually just like fully cook you. Insane. The sarcasm works less well when you're playing a deck with our foes. That's true. This is a very pleb deck. I don't have full art Patchies or full art Volkners. Basically broke. They have a cape! Cape is cheating. Speaking of cheating, I guess this would have been better as a Rocky helmet, huh? It's fine. They need a double potion to not be dead to Farfetch next turn, yeah? And even if they have double potion, I can charge up Pachirisu, assuming we find another tool, which is likely. We've got 3 of them and a research and 6 cards. I think this deck we're playing is real. I think Luxray is a very powerful card. I think Pachirisu is a powerful card, and I think they're 2 great flavors that seem to taste great together. They bricked down their Charizard for 1 turn and we ran them down. Has Pachirisu been useful? Absolutely. The games where you have first energy advantage and you have Pachirisu to start, you clear a lot of people very quickly. Does it feel better than the one with Electabuzz? That's a good question. It might. It might. One of the big upsides, and this is true of Pachirisu and Skarmory, is that Pachirisu and Skarmory both encourage you to play a bunch of Pokemon tools. And the Pokemon tools are, like, really good. It's basically a card that forces you to build a better deck in a lot of ways. Yeah, like, I like this build a lot. I just wanna... This is the highest honor I could bestow upon a viewer deck, chat, so pay close attention. We can rename it and give it appropriate things. It gets to live. God, it's a real deck. Perfect. Our next round of the tournament is paired. We're playing against Skarmory, Bastiodon. This match is going to be hard for us. Skarmory seems tough for our deck. Let's find out, huh? Back in Monkey Land. You know who doesn't care about Skarmory? Patchy. Patchy eats Skarmory for breakfast. We will probably... I am definitely going to play a Luxray deck in a tournament at some point. I think we've got space to play things almost every day this week. So, we'll Luxray before the week is done. And then I'm going to be streaming on Saturday this week as well. So I think I'm going to play Ursi's tournament live for the first time on Saturday. She does a weekly big one. I should sign up for that now, speaking of, so I don't forget. Sometimes they cap. Does she cap? I actually don't know if she caps or if they just keep raising it. My opponent has checked in, but they're not responding in chat yet. Yeah, I think she usually raises the cap. I don't think I've ever heard of people talk about getting capped out. Usually I have like almost 2,000 people. All right, they're here. Searching. Right, first energy advantage is good for us here. We want to lead Heat more. Spirit Tube is not great. I guess the upside to Spirit Tube is if they have their Fossil and don't have their Stage 1, we could Spirit Tube it and then Cyrus it with the Monferno to clear it the following turn. Templating thing to note, Bastiodon is 160 HP with weakness to fire, so if they flip Tails on its shield effect, the monkey does clear it in one. Tournament round banner, good call. Looking for a Chimchar, any of our other basics here. Chimchar and Monferno. Or Chimchar and, what's it called? Got the whole line here, is lovely. Opponent notably does have 2 Sabrina and a Cyrus. So they could drag our little monkey up here. You ever play one of the Little Cup tournaments? Nah, I don't really enjoy custom ban list things. I think they're kind of dry. I'm glad other people are into them, but they're not for me. That's a good one. That one lets me pull this up before it's ready to attack, and this lets me play around their Sabrina. I give up a knockout point here, but I think that's fine. So, Bastiodon here. Guarded Grill lets them flip a coin to take 100 less damage from an attack. That is their first and only copy of Potion. This is our first and only copy of Cyrus. I'm a little surprised they put Rocky Helmet on this and not Cape. Oh, the potion healed it. I was like, why isn't my Cyrus lit up? The potion healed it. It took me a minute. This is still the play, but it's a little bit less good for me. So I cape this, and then I also play this out, so that way they can't Sabrina this up. It's gonna come down to this guarded grill flip. Oh, putting the cape on here means helmet plus 2 headbangs clears this. It's not good for me. All right, hit me, dealer. I think that puts us to 0%. Kind of lame. I am very glad the opponent's deck is kind of mediocre. It is not a deck that has fun play patterns. So the problem here is I can charge this up and take another swing, but I'm only on 1 point. So even if I hit heads here, and they have to not have Cyrus. So I need them to both not have Cyrus and not have a tool to be able to finish me with Skarmory. Which is a pretty big ask. Yeah, they just have it. So. We lost the game-winning coin flip. On to the next one. They had their potion early too. If they hadn't had their one-of potion with their on-curve Bastiodon, we would have also been fine. We had the ability for them to hit heads once if we would have been able to pull it up or turn early. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Shadowsmith. One of the great things about the way Pocket's structured, if you're not super into the current metagame or decks that you have, you can just play it as a collecting game for a little bit. Does your deck have a copy of Mars? I unfortunately did not have room to put terrible cards in this deck. Skarmory is just a very good Pokemon Pocket card. I think a lot of things are super awkward into Skarmory. This is another card that's worth exploring in terms of metagaming the Executor decks. That's really solid. $50-50 for what is very strong. How is Mars terrible? Explain. Decks in Pokemon Pocket are very, very small. So on average, your opponent's going to redraw the cards that you're taking out of their hand. So effects like Red Card and Mars are very bad compared to how they would be in a 60-card game like the mainline Pokemon card game. It's not exactly the same, but here's a video that goes through common math on frequent permutations with Red Card that shows statistically how the card does nothing a lot of the time. I think it's this. I put up Spirit Tomb. It's close though. I'm gonna die to Sabrina is the problem, yeah? I think it's this. think it's this. And then we do this. And this. I'm still just dead to Sabrina is the problem. So yeah, Skarmory with a Rocky helmet is just so impossible for us to beat. And they have Cape on the Bastiodon this time, which means I can't even just hit Tails one time and clean it out. If their second Sabrina is buried, we might have a shot, but it's not looking good for our hero. I need Chimchar next turn, yeah? I think. Well, that's a wish granted. I think I'm gonna need 2 Tails in a row here is the problem. I think when they hit the first heads, the game is over. What if they don't have a Poke Tool? If they don't have a Poke Tool, I dead to Sabrina, dead to Poke Tool. Yeah. So we're dead to Poke Tool here because even if they hit Tails this time around, the Skarmory comes up and solos us. I don't have anything that lives here. Yeah, Skarmory. I don't think Skarmory is a problem we can fix for our deck, and it's one of those things where I don't think I would stop playing this deck because we have a bad Skarmory matchup. Like, let's anecdotally, let's check the tournament that we're playing, or that we're done playing now, I suppose. How many Skarmories are there? So there's Magnezone Skarmory and Bastiodon Skarmory, and then fractions of percents. So it's like less than 5%. So tough beat. We like queued into Gyarados. That was 3% of the tournament. Then we queued into Skarmory. That was 5% of the tournament. And honestly, these other Skarmory builds like Magnezone's probably a lot less bad for us. Because Magnezone we can clean out. It wasn't just that Skarmory was hard. It was that by the time we dealt with Skarmory, we also lost the coin flips to clear out their finisher after. Because, like, it took 2 of our cards to deal with the Skarmory, and then the thing that they built up could save itself on top of it. What's the tough nut at the end? All right, I think I want to play one more with the Luxray. I want to get one more good game with the Luxray Pachirisu deck. And I think we'll move on to our next viewer pile. Going first. Against water energy? That's scary. Manaphy with first energy advantage is so correct. Take a mulligan. Watching you play Infernape makes me feel better about my lack of agency playing the deck. I've been struggling on the ladder if I don't curve. You should really go back. You must not have been here for the earlier games that we played. I actually think that deck, part of the reason why you, generally speaking, won't see me play a deck in a tournament that's like Gyarados or Charizard, where there's low player agency and you just run people down or don't. I know, like, it sucks to have a beat where, like, you ran into Bastiodon or whatever and they hit their heads. Like, that's gonna happen sometimes, but, like, I've played the variations of the Infernape deck a lot, and I think their good agency have a lot of choices in them that are meaningful. Put a hat on it. I know you have a mic. It's not a microwave, it's a heater. Space heater. I know our viewer decks today. I have 2 more after this one. Chat, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret, so don't ever accuse me of lying to you. Most of the decks in my deck roundups on Monday from tournaments that get posted, I won't bother trying because they're probably not very good. Occasionally, there's a gem in there, and I'll give it a try. But a lot of the time, they're just like mediocre decks that had a good person play them, or had a good run, or hit a good string of matchups that are ultimately not going to be very good. That's just the average person consuming YouTube content sees 70% win rate deck and enjoys clicking on that type of thing. And it's the God's honest truth that that's the win rate they have, so it's a good, honest piece of content that's fun to happen. And you can win plenty in the random queue with it. I'm just like, when I'm choosing to play decks that I'm not being paid to play for viewers, I want to play things that I think could be good enough to play in a tournament. And a lot of those don't qualify for that. Our opponent appears to be DC'd. String of awkward games. Come on. We play a real game? It's like I wanted to play one real game, one more real game with the patchy deck. Just like 3-0 burgers in a row. You think Druddigon, Gyarados, Greninja deck is still S tier? I don't think that deck was literally ever S tier. I think last season we had a really well-balanced format where everything had a lot of counterplay and there were no S tier decks in it. And I think this season is the same. I just put together the list of decks I'm going to record talking about with sample lists for my updated best decks tier list this week. And I don't think there's any S tier decks in our current format. There's some decks that are definitely better than others, but I don't think there's anything that's a cut above the rest that you can't compete with. Devil, thank you for the 55 months. Appreciate the over 4.5 years. Welcome back. I actually think the Blastoise Manaphy deck is solid into Darkrai. It's one of the reasons why I like it. When the highlight goes up later this week, you're going to see me beat every Darkrai player I played in the tournament with it. 180 HP is a ton for a Darkrai deck to get through, and 160 damage kills a Darkrai wearing a cape. Blastoise has superb breakpoints right now. And then, like, you randomly, like, high roll them with Misty also. You just get to get freebies. All right, time to shock the frogs, gamers. Hey, what's going on, Pack? Yeah, we've been on full-time Pocket since the start of the year. We split our time with Snap for a little bit, but I was enjoying Pocket a whole lot more than Snap, so I decided to focus on that. That frog is still cooked, gamer. The lightning squirrel is here. I didn't watch Jeff before, but he's the best TCG Pocket creator, so now I'm stuck here. Thanks for hanging out, sure. Rip. Sleepy squirrel. That is not the stage one I wanted for Christmas. Guess we'll power up the other Patchy. Without our stage 2, we're gonna have a hard time here. That being said, if Patchy wakes up and clears the Jigglypuff, we hit our Luxray, we finish with our last point on the Greninja. Come on, you're killing me, Smalls. Good gravy. How do you feel about the Pokemon tool mechanic? I think Giant Cape added an incredible amount of interesting depth to Pokemon Pocket. It makes the games a little bit longer on average, and longer games have more decision points and allow you to have more decision trees. Mars can be deciding in the late game. Every card in Pokemon Pocket has situations where it is the only card that can let you win a game. Just because a card lets you win the game with it one time doesn't mean that that card is competitive or good. All right, I need to wake up and draw stage 1 next turn. So we've got communications, our stage 1, and research all in the deck here still. So we got like 2 coin flips in a row. I think that's dead. I think that's dead. And we bricked the stage 1. Gross. Off topic, as a new viewer, were you ever a Magic player? Yes, I made Magic the Gathering content for almost a decade before I picked up Marvel Snap as my content game of choice before Pocket. And I traveled to play Magic competitively between 2012 and like 2017-ish. I tapered off. I started doing content full-time in 2018. Cut my traveling short. I think it was 2014. Me and my buddy Matt, we played in Magic tournaments somewhere in the Midwest or the East Coast like 40 or 42 weekends that year. We played a little bit. One of my favorite anecdote stories from my time playing competitive Magic is the year that I played over 40 weekends that year. I finished rank 2 on the competitive tour I was playing on. And when it came at the end of the year for tax time to total everything up, I made about $24,000 that year in prizes. And then when it came to tallying the expenses, I spent approximately $19,000 on travel and hotel and card sleeves and cards, etc. Which, for those of you at home, the moral of this story is I made a profit that year. Okay? This is what you should take away. Came out ahead. But I also got to travel the country and had a good time with some good people. Made a lot of memories that didn't cost me anything. Less sarcastically, was still worthwhile. God, communication is such a cracked card chat. It's so good in these stage 2 decks. Holy. The claws. Man, if they don't have a cape here, this Luxray cooks them good. We got the Volkner here, too. Oh, yeah, we're done. We're done, video gamers. This going second curve when you have the Volkner is just so gross. Just one, two, three, right up the curve, cook them up. Hit them with the Volt. Are we done here? Feels like we're done here. You can run, but you can't hide. Kitty's coming. Kitty's coming. Get cooked. Oh, the top bonus for Dice Stream is actually only 30. Okay, Boomer Girl. You crushed that already. All right, we've got 2 more viewer decks we need to get to today before I've got to bolt out. I got to take an ad break, but don't go anywhere. We're going to be streaming for another 2 hours almost here with our next 2. We're going to be building Executor Magnezone during the ad break to play when we get back. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. For watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. We're approaching 1,000 likes for the day. I bet we can get there in the next couple hours. One thing that's really awesome about the move to Pocket is we've had really good, slow, and steady growth on both Twitch and YouTube. Even today, right? Like we're a week removed from the new set release, and we're still up almost 100 followers on Twitch on the day. It's awesome to see people not only enjoying the game, but also seeking out people like myself making stuff for it. I do have 2 full art egg trees yet. We should play more of them. Be a man and thanks after every game, because why not? I would actually argue that if I wanted to exhibit toxic masculinity like your statement be a man is, I would never give thanks to anybody. So just so we're clear. Be a whatever and be kind. You have to be swift as a coursing river. That's true. Acceptable. Humankind be both. That's a good one. Okay, Boomer Girl. I'm gonna remember that one. I haven't heard that one before. How many packs have you opened? I think my account has like 15,000 cards on it. How do we feel about Shaman? For my last basic. I don't know that I need 2 of them, but at least 1, yeah? Let's start 1 as basic number 5. You need 2, Jeff. Don't kid yourself. Alright, so I need research, Pokeball. This deck probably likes Osiris because things run away from your eggs. As communications the last one? I think it's communication is the last one, yeah? It's sad that I don't have room for a cape, but I think with the stage 2, I just don't. Yeah, I want a cape. I guess I could play no leaf, but I think I want at least 1 leaf to pull the egg tree out on occasion. Hey, what's going on, Fancy? Yeah, we've had a lot of old-time Magic players find their way back around. Good to have you in Hoaglandia again. So let's give this a try. Lightning energy. How many God packs have you gotten in 15,000 cards? 2, actually. Which is running above average. Oh, unlucky. Unlucky. Man, Magnezode's breakpoints kind of really hurt Weezing, huh? Big 110 damage dealer. Which EX Pokemon from this expansion would you recommend buying with pack points? Got a tier list command? Oh. Gotta have a tier list command. Oh, those are only the 10 new ones. Look on my YouTube channel. There's a EX Pokemon tier list video from Thursday last week. Kind of give you thoughts on where everything lines up at after a week. Come on! There were 4 stage 1 Pokemon in my deck game. Come on! Lukey. So it was one of those hidden coin flips, right? There wasn't a coin literally on the screen, and we flipped tails. Yeah, we have a Pokeball that's a brick in our deck now too. Oof. Actually, am I attacking with this? I'm not, right? If I attack with it, we could die to what's it called? Now that you've had one bad draw, have you considered changing the deck list? Average YouTube commenter, really. Oh no, do they have Wheezing? They do not. Okay. Do we just get in the zone? Magna Zone. I think we just get in the zone, gamers. Thanks to Shaman here. This is at 110 instead of 100, so it doesn't go down to Darkrai next turn. I think Shaman belongs in more decks, gamers. Maybe lukewarm take. Shaman should go in more Pokemon Pocket decks. They're playing Giovanni? Oh, come on. Who has room for Giovanni in their Pokemon Pocket deck? Nobody should have room for Giovanni right now. There's so many good cards. Told you to play Giovanni, gamer. The last remaining Giovanni gamer. My executors are all still buried in the pits. One tree. Can I get a tree? What do you think is the best Pokemon in the latest expansion? Anybody who tells you the best Pokemon from the latest expansion is anything other than this does not know what they're talking about. Magnezone. Magnezone is the best, and it is not particularly close. My eggs have been scrambled. Knight, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate you dropping that primer off here again. My dearest Monday gamers, we are 6 sub points off of our sub goal. If you're someone like the Knight there who pays for Amazon Prime every month and you have a spare Prime sub, consider throwing it my way. Think of it as a Jeff to Jeff wealth transfer. Jeffrey Bezos won't even notice the couple of dollars you take from him and send to me. Pinkwug, thank you for the brand new primer. Appreciate it. What do you think of the Skarmory Bastiodon deck? I'm glad it's not very good. Because if it was good, it would make the format really frustrating. That Dalgish guy, thank you for the quarter of a year. Let's thin our basics out here. Is Magnezone's value from how flexible it is, or the value that it provides in the best deck? The thing that Magnezone does that's very good is, past effectively being colorless, is Magnezone essentially attacks for 1 energy, meaning it's a good stage 2 when you're going first. A lot of cards in Pokemon Pocket are good when you have first energy advantage. Magnezone is a powerful card that's good when you have first evolution advantage. So it complements a lot of different things well, because you'll have something that likes first energy advantage, and then it'll give you first evolution advantage counterplay. Hey, thanks to Powerball and Modern Viking. Dropping off those dollar dues from Jeffrey Bezos and helping us hit our goal. Appreciate it. Happy Monday. And then this thing is weak to grass, so I don't even need to hit heads here, yeah? And Shaman just lets us shrug off the damage we took so far. Yes, its breakpoints are also good, as 140 HP as a non-EX, and it hits for a lot, but even without thinking about the numbers, just what it's doing around those numbers is quite strong. Diamorphic, thank you for the 21 months, appreciate it. What does Jeff use to play Pocket on PC? I use LD Player. There's a video talking about the setup on the channel. Dammy Jammers came for the Pokemon, stayed for the math. We've got a lot of both of those. Zephyr Sand, thank you for the brand new primer as well. Why isn't Darkrai the best card? I think Darkrai is a very good card, but it goes in exactly one deck, and there's plenty of ways to have counterplay into that. And in my opinion, anything you're gonna classify as the singular best card needs to be a lot more flexible than Darkrai is. I think in order for a card as narrow as Darkrai to be the best card in the set, it would need to be a lot more powerful than Darkrai is. The Truest Repairman, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate the primer. I think they'll eventually rework the random energy zone generation. No. I expect we'll get cards that allow you to interface with or change the energy you've generated eventually, or more things like Magnezone that have evolutions that smooth out their energy variants, but I would be very surprised if they ever change the core mechanics of the game. We've been really bad at drawing our egg tree. Oh, they have the Drudagon anyways. I've noticed people are running less retreat support cards in their deck. That is accurate. They're not nearly as omnipresent as they once were. Okay, so Erica, I think we charge think I slided energy here. I'm still not attacking this, I don't think. We're trying to get set up in the back here. Oh, man. I guess we'll continue charging our laser here in the back. This is 50% to be a shaman. Okay, nice. Am I ever putting energy on the shaman? I kind of don't need the energy on anything else, right? Yes! Egg tree is finally here. Lovely. Is it not too late? I don't know. We're gonna find out. We're supposed to take our first KO with Magnezone. I don't know. I have Leaf here, so if they pivot into something else here, I could also pull the Executor out. Oh, you know what is possible? Maybe I was supposed to put the energy on here, so that way I could pivot this out. This deck doesn't usually have room for Giovanni. So I think what I want to do here is actually, well, that's blank, yeah. I think I was going to say I kind of want to Erica, but I researched like a big dummy. Okay, I think I do this and Shaman and then do nothing. This makes them have to have a second copy of Leaf, which they don't always have. No! I think that means I'm dead. I messed up. I think the person earlier who said I should have... I think the person who said I should have pivoted... The person who said we should have pivoted off the egg and put the Magnezone up to blast the Drudigon, I think they were correct. Although, I guess the Magnezone would have killed the Drudigon and then died on the backswing? I don't think so. No. We don't do viewer battles here, no. There's like 2,000 people between the two platforms. That just never ends well. I will say, from a pure deck building theory perspective, I think Magnezone doesn't quite make sense with Executor. They're both cards that like going first, and they're both cards that require minimal energy investment. So they kind of overlap in the role that they serve in a deck. You play one Cyrus and one Sabrina or two Sabrina in a deck without bench hitters. So it's not just bench hitters that encourage you to play Cyrus. Cyrus is really good inside of decks that deal chip shots worth of damage as opposed to big hits. So Executor EX is a good example of a card that loves Cyrus. You're going to get in for 40 or 80 or 120, and then a lot of the time your opponent's going to try and run away and deny you the knockout, and Cyrus can pull them back in. Yes, I agree in general. Yeah, Mega's the better finisher for this style of deck. Let your Ericas do double duty, etc. So this was a viewer submission, very This is a viewer submission that very explicitly was playing to play this card with this card. Interesting. Okay, so let's pull this out. Our opponent has lightning energy, water energy, and just put Dialga on the bench for people who are confused why I just cut out. A little taken aback. Yes, how you interact with the coin on your screen does not change the outcome of the coin. Well, I mean, for those confused like me, it's worth noting that Dialga has 2 colorless energy in its second attack. And there's a metal energy. Yeah, so they are just full on 3 colors here. Three colors so far. You actually can't have a 4th color in your energy zone. Yeah, they must be a Dragonite deck. Yeah, you can't have four in your deck. You can only pick 3. All right, they're gonna have 2 metal on this Dialga, gamers. You're not ready for the heat they're about to bring, okay? Regigigas Gaming. Oh, baby. Do they have Dragonite on top of all of this? They must have Dragonite on top of all of this, right? I mean, their Dialga is gonna ramp the Regigigas here. Do you think the coin animation is another illusion of choice? I think how the coin twirls on your screen is impacted by how you flick it. However, the result of that coin is determined before you do the animation with it. Would be my assumption. They have Ditto as well. Yep. What if there's no Dragonite and they're just playing water and lightning energy for the Ditto? Just like actual Mad Lad. You know approximately when they will release the next packs. The next packs are data mined to be releasing on February 28th. 2 weeks from now. Is Wonder Pick predetermined? Yeah, it doesn't matter which cards you click in the Wonder Pick. You're 20%. Your choice doesn't matter. Which makes me feel better about my 3-30 this season. Do you think it would be fun for a stats page where it could tell you how many heads or tails that you have flipped? Absolutely not. As a content creator, I do not want to deal with the fallout of the stats page telling you how many heads or tails you flipped. That sounds like misery incarnate. I would assume the next packs are A2A, just like the first Mythical Island was A1A. I think I'm using an Erica. I just have so many supporters. All right, if they don't have another potion here, I can retreat the Executor and then Cyrus the Dialga back up and clear it with the Magnezone. You Wonder Picked 30 times already this season. Yeah, I had a bunch of the Hourglasses stored up. I think I still have like 400 or 500 Wonder Pick Hourglasses. I need a Giratina and a Deoxys EX from A2A. Is Deoxys Gen 4? I'm only familiar with that one from Pokemon Go. Oh, it's Gen 3. Okay. They're gonna make like a tree and leaf. Oh, I thought they were gonna leave, chat. You're cooked by this Magnezone, gamer. I had the Cyrus, so you were cooked either way, but... Are they going by generation or region? They're kind of just doing whatever they want. Our expansions have been like somewhat focused on specific generations, but there's also a mix of other things in them as well. My assumption is they're going to prioritize adding pocket monsters to the game that they think will make them the most money. They definitely knew what they were doing with Millennial Bait starting on Kanto. So you're saying more Gen 1 sets coming out. Gen 2 feels highly likely. He had confirmed and Millennial was baited. Yeah, I need a EX Tyranitar in my life. And a Suicune? I need a Suicune. I need the doggos, chat. I need the legendary dogs. You give me playable legendary dogs. I'm gonna give you money for 2 stars. Scissor. Ah, Scissor's so good. We ever survive a Charizard, gamers? I don't know that we do. You know, maybe I'm supposed to put the energy on Executor here so I could pivot into Magnezone and clear the bird next turn. Our lack of Mew is unfortunate. We picked Shaman as our 5th basic, which is good against Darkrai, but probably makes the Charizard matchup impossible. Yes. Copies of Erica. Definitely something useful. The good news is they probably don't pivot into Charizard next turn. I think we have a turn here. Is Mew a better 5th basic if we're already good into Darkrai? I don't think this deck is good into Darkrai. In fact, the one time we played the Darkrai and had Shaman, we still got trashed. Executor is like okay into Darkrai, but you need a better follow-up, and I don't think that Magnezone is it. This deck's probably good against like Darkrai Weavile, but that's like the worst of the Darkrai decks. That was another thing that felt super validating for me over the weekend. There were a bunch of people that were like upset that I ranked Weavile low. They're like, Weavile Darkrai is still really, really good. And then like all of the Weavile Darkrai decks fell like firmly on their face over the weekend. Oh my goodness, I forgot to charge. It's fine. We were dead anyways. But very clearly I forgot to charge it. This deck felt as bad in practice as it did in theory. Magnezone seems significantly worse than Eggan Mega, and Eggan Mega is only okay here. All right, we are going to be building another deck for our last viewer deck of the day when we get back. We have Electrode Electivire as a thing to build. I need to run to the restroom, and we need to take an ad break, so we'll be back in 120 seconds. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on YouTube, consider tapping the like button. Almost at 900. Can we clear that and get to 1,000 today still with an hour left to go? Let's find out. BRB. stand up for the last leg here as well. Yeah, Greninja Darkrai was the best performing Darkrai build this past weekend. If you haven't checked the meta report yet, by a pretty solid margin, it was out on top. Okay, we have a request for new Electrode and then Electivire. Which Electabuzz are we playing? Probably old Electabuzz? Charge Buzz seems like bait. We're out of a good second one. Well, that's sad. Oh, I have extras. All right, let's go flare him. I like this new swirl one they added. Got that on a few cards now. So, Electrode's decent when going first. Electivire and Electabuzz are decent when going second. Seems like a fine Cyrus deck. Last basic is probably like a Farfetch'd or 2 angle. I don't know if this is a double Volkner deck without Luxray, but at least single Volkner to let Electivire jump up on occasion seems good. Round the rest out with some utility cards here. Cape and a hat. I don't know that we need X speed in a Volkner deck. We play a Sabrina to pair with our Stiff. Although we're attacking their bench, it might just be a 2 Cyrus deck. Let's just do 2 Cyrus and see how that feels. I actually think Rampardos is pretty solid. And one of the nice things about playing Rampardos as your fighting payoff is you're more likely to start Hitmonlee, which is what you want to be doing in those decks. This afternoon's deck highlight is going to be a Rampardos highlight actually. Right? We kind of prefer to go first when we lead Voltorb, but that's okay. How did the Luxray Pachirisu feel? I really liked it. They're both pretty individually powerful cards that function quite well together, it feels like. Do you think Rampardos is good enough to put up 70% win rate result and make it on the better report? So, Rampardos is in this kind of awkward spot in between the two reports that I do, where it's popular enough that I don't feel like I could classify it as a new deck. Because, like, it's a thing and people are aware of it. But it's also not quite popular enough to, like, get a slice in the meta report in terms of the breakdown there. Is the Dark Zone deck still good? It's fine. It didn't have a strong weekend, but it didn't have a bad weekend either. Hellion, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. It's very generous of you. Good afternoon. Appreciate you push us up further over our goal. If you didn't catch it, I do a weekly meta report roundup. That is a data-driven review of everything that's going on in Pokemon Pocket's largest tournaments, looking for trends among the best decks. You can check that one out. Wow, Voltorb into Yanma is gross. This little flying bug is weak to lightning, gamers. Oh, that's an interesting conundrum. So, if I big explosion here, the Skarmory with a hat clears the Voltorb on the backswing. I think I'm still just doing it. I think I'm doing it, and then next turn we'll finish with the other one since we drew it. Our Infernape tournaments unfortunately did not go well today. Lots of misty heads and polarizingly bad matchups for us. Or are they not putting an energy on here? They need to have time to just power up the back one. I suppose the Voltorb is dead if it attacks, so I'll have to Truffle Shuffle him. No, I don't play any Marvel Snap these days. In fact, I haven't talked about it at all because it's not really relevant while we're playing Pocket, but I actually posted like a 10-minute rambly thoughts video about Marvel Snap on the Marvel Snap channel last night. It was the first upload there in a long time. So if you're interested in my thoughts on Marvel Snap a month or so later since I've touched it, there's some good food for thought up there. Oh, we're playing the 1 energy Electrode in this deck list. So this Yanma takes a hit, and then their Eggan Mega is ready to start cleaning us. Oh my goodness, the Rocky helmets, gamers. There's so many Rocky helmets. I like that video. It did a good job encapsulating some of the issues Snap has. Yeah. It was just like things I had been stewing on since I had been so far removed from playing other things. Just like after playing Pocket, it gave me some new perspective, I think. Do you think that Misty limits the design space for water Pokemon? Absolutely. I hope they make clearing items a thing of the future. There's no counterplay currently compared to the mainline games. Wow. Starly is right there. Starly is right there, gamers. You're just, this is Starly erasure. Okay, so I'm gonna big explosion this Yanma. This dies to the Rocky Helmet. And then we put up Voltorb. They clear Voltorb. And then Volkner plus Electivire kills the Eggan Mega, assuming they don't have a cape. And if they do have a cape, I have a Rocky Helmet to trade 1-for-1. Which still leaves us in a good spot. Clean. Gosh, I bet the opponent thinks they navigated this game to a win, too. No, siree. We are here to clean you out. I used to watch a streamer years ago who started his stream out with sub goal 0 of 1, and he would always thank them and say, now we're only 1 away from meeting our goal, and move it to 1 of 2. That's actually really common. Maybe not at that level, but it is very common in the Twitch space that people don't have a real goal and they're just like, when you're close to meeting a goal, people are more likely to help contribute towards it. So they just put a ticker up on the screen that they're close to, and then every time they hit it, they move it up, so that way someone else coming in later does it. So, for reference, something you'll notice if you're new, just to talk about the mechanics behind that and what the goal is and what my income is, you'll see this number go up and down over the course of a stream, because that number is a rolling 30-day total, essentially, of how many concurrent subscribers I have. So it's not a number I'm going to constantly up as we hit it. I'm leaving it up there on the screen regardless of if we're over or under it, with the goal of hopefully we float around that number to allow this to be sustainable content. So not a grift, just transparency. I feel like you're like never supposed to communication for a basic in turn 1 like this. We did find the rare elusive Gengar Gamer. Do you think you're happier playing Pocket? I think the places Pocket puts variants tend to be way more tolerable than the places Snap puts variants. For me personally. And that's super subjective, feel free to disagree. While Pocket has some very swingy cards and effects, a lot of the places where Pocket's swingy cards or effects happen tend to be early in the game. My opponent hit a bunch of heads on Misty on turn 1, or my opponent hit on Executor twice in a row and ended the game very quickly. Whereas, like, in Marvel Snap, a lot of the big blowouts and variance moments happen on turn 6 at the very end of the game. And it's very frustrating to play an entire game and then have a coin flip happen at the very end. Foolhardy Dragon, thank you for the 25 months. Welcome back. Punish for putting my energy on that. I forgot that this Haunter was a thing. We're probably just dead here. Yes, that's the thing too. The never having to experience emotes or feeling like I'm harassed when a bad beat happen also increases the enjoyment to a significant margin. Gengar on curve with first energy advantage. Actually not bad. Do you have more fun with Pocket overall? Yep, that's one of the reasons why I moved to focusing on it. Yeah, seems good. Oh, they're also a lightning enjoyer. I want to try and turn that into stage 1. Do you think Weavile works with something other than Darkrai? Quite possibly. Something like Spirit Tomb Honchkrow Weavile could be interesting to check out. They do be hiding, though. Not doing anything even if we evolve here. I like non-Moltres Infernape a lot. I don't know what I like for the accompanying pieces around it, but I think that core is really solid. I think I just want to start hitting them for 50, yeah? And I'm going to put a hat on here, so that way if they hit me with Electivire next turn, I clear them with the rolling attack the following turn, yeah? Where does Pocket go from here? Higher HP, more tools. I assume one of the biggest changes we'll see to Pocket as the game matures is we'll see more characters that have 2 attacks or Pokemon abilities plus an attack. They have a lot of things they can do before they just like strictly power creep by making numbers bigger. Stadiums are another type of card they could add at some point too. Yeah, it's a good call out. Man, I always thought Magic the Gathering players were some of the most elitist card game players I'd ever experienced, but coming into Pocket and seeing how the paper TCG players get like reflexively defensive and act like Pocket's not a real game is so freaking cringe. It's so eye roll inducing. If anything, I'd take the position that Pocket feels like it feels to me like they viewed Pocket as their chance to re-roll the paper card game, essentially. It's like, okay, how would we design Pokemon if we weren't beholden to 2 decades worth of mistakes? What if it's a very, very big, we get to reset the power creep we've had from 30 years and retool the game to be more elegant in some key base ways. Smaller decks, energy zone, etc. Yeah, the actual card designs in this game aren't done by DNR, right? They're done by the people who make the paper card game. If they have Volkners, we're probably dead. And part of what this deck feels like to me that we're currently playing is it feels like I'm playing a deck with Volkner that doesn't kill my opponent when I draw Volkner. These deal 50 for 1 energy don't feel quite like competitive cards. Yeah, I mean, we have Electivire as a finisher. It's just kind of clunky, right? Has to meet a lot of conditions for something that only does 120 and only has 120 HP. All right. If we top deck the Electivire here, which we're kind of... Well, I was going to say we're kind of 50%, but I can't draw research into it because I need to Volkner this turn too. All right. We need to just fade a Volkner out of them. If their second Volkner is buried in their bottom, in their bottom 4, we're good to go. Oh, they have the full art one too. I'm so jealous. The full art anime friends are the best. I think I'm over this deck. I think I'm unimpressed. We're gonna close out in a few more Infernape games. Might play something different in tomorrow's tournament, but I feel like we had some pretty exceptionally bad beats in our 2 runs today. I wouldn't mind getting more reps in. I feel like the 4 really big decks are just a little too strong. You should check out my meta report this week, where we walk through some data that kind of highlights that's not the case. I think Pokemon Pocket's current format is really pretty incredibly balanced, and I'm very happy with it. First energy advantage here might be okay with us. Heatmore puts up some damages. That's a lovely pickup. They also just, like, can't beat our big finisher on curve, yeah? Save this for the communication. I think Heatmore is very good against all the Executor stuff running around. Get you some free game wins. Having more HP than Farfetch'd is also really appealing in the Darkrai and Druddigon matchups as well. What do we think about X speeding out this Heatmore so that way we clear them? It actually just doesn't matter, right? I was going to say I clear them in case they have Dawn and second Patchy, but the second Patchy is going to be missing 2 energy. Yeah. Doesn't Heatmore just die to Executor? Well, you could put a cape on it so that's not the case, and it clears Execute in a single attack before it can evolve. All right, I would bet nothing in their deck lives an Infernape attack. Oh, I guess they could cape the Zapdos to live an Infernape attack. This deck not only has Heatmore that can one-shot Execute, but if you're going first in Monferno, also does 30 plus 20. Blue! Da-ba-dee-da-ba-die. Ba-ba-dee-da-ba-die, da-ba-dee-da-ba-die, ay-ay-ay. We tap him for 20 here, and then if we top deck Dawn, we win the game next turn. Yep. They could be on Potion as well. I suppose if they have Potion, Dawn? Okay, so it's important that we put Cape on this turn, because if they have Cyrus, Cape means that they need 4 heads instead of just 3. Worth noting, this is one of the instances where Cape is worse than Potion, though. Potion would just deny them the ability to Cyrus. Yep, whereas now they're 1 in 16 to win the game. Cool. It's nice. It's nice when you don't have to sweat it from the start. You're just like, all right, we're good here. Monkey! Hey, thanks, Jet. Wonder how that video did. I actually haven't looked at the metrics. Sometimes I keep an eye on them throughout the course of the day, but I haven't posted anything on that channel for a while. It did okay. Did as well as the other Snap things that haven't posted there in recent memory. Ooh, Heatmore lead. Opponent has a grass energy in their zone. We get to scramble an egg, gamers. We get to scramble an egg, gamers. Just an onion. Just an onion. Still not bad for us, but would have preferred a scramble. With Pokemon communication added to the game, supporting stage 2s, I think the only type of card I really want from a design perspective is I hope we get something that lets you fix 2-color energy decks a little bit more pointedly. Executor, X-Speeder, Leaf plus Heads technically wins them the game here, but that's a pretty specific combination of things to happen, and I might want to turn this Heatmore into something else with communication, so I'm going to hold it for at least a turn, I think. Monka. Not looking for more Pokemon tutors to be added. I'd be very surprised if they added a bunch of those. Risky play. It requires 2 specific things plus a 50-50. I think regardless of the outcome here, what I did was correct. Can I run it back? I'm gonna run it back. Oh, yikes. I think we're dead regardless. Needed a baby monkey to have a shot there. And Chimchar, lovely. An egg to scramble for me? You shouldn't have. No, really, this is gonna be bad for you. You shouldn't have. You got a copy of Blue to go with that Rocky helmet? Oh no! The Tempo Sabrina! X-Speed. X-Speed! Hello, toddler girl.
Take me to tap class in music.
I am gonna take you to tap class and music class today.
No, I did music.
Oh, you did music class. I am gonna take you to tap class and dance class today.
You'll be able to do.
I will be able to do that.
Guess what?
What?
There's a new school.
There's a new kid in your school? That's fun.
But I don't know his name.
You don't know his name? That's okay. You can ask tomorrow, okay?
I'll still forget his name.
That's okay. It takes a couple days to remember names.
I really can't remember. I can't remember Raven's name. Watch. Raven.
Alright. Love you, toddler. For those of you that are new here, that's my youngest. She's 4. How do they always have the stage wise? You just don't remember the games where they don't. Oh, the stage 1 and the heads. I needed that last turn. It was 1 card sooner. We won the game on the spot. I already played a Sabrina, right? A lot of times these decks have 2 of them. I need a big monkey. I'm gonna need a bigger monkey. It doesn't matter if we find a bigger monkey. We have 2 communications, 2 big monkeys, and a research. So like 50% of our deck finds it here. All right, let's see if this is actually a big monkey though, huh? It's pretty likely. Yeah, I guess there's 1 heat more in the deck for 66%. There's that funky monkey. There's the funky monkey. Zorbad, thank you for the over 2 years. Welcome back. I'm on a 24-month streak right now, but I've subscribed to you for 25 months. The first month was when you went on leave for Haley's birth. Holy crap, seeing how much she's grown. She's like a real person, yeah. She's pretty great. It's the dawning of the age of Infernape. Age of Infernape. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Someone said there is a Vespiquen Victory Bell deck that is 5 and... Oh, all right, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look. Oh my god, goodness, the Mismagius. The Mismagius Magnezone deck is running it back. That's exciting. Which one? 5-0 where? It's not in the Monday meta tournament. You have a link? Why am I not seeing it here? What am I missing? Oh, it's not. It says 4-0 right now. Oh, the standing yard is big funky because they're mid round. Got it. 2 potion, 1 Erica, 2 communication, one Pokeball. There's some interesting card choices. I'm excited. Ms. Magius is doing some more numbers. What did they beat? They've beaten 2 eggs. I guess with eggs, they have to flip 2 heads in a row to deal 80 to you, which is pretty tough sell, yeah? I don't understand this deck. Wouldn't it be objectively better if you just cut the Combee Vespiquen for Victory Bell? So, this deck's very clearly made a couple of choices around Combee drawing you extra basics, right? So, like, there's only one Pokeball here because you're counting on Combee to pull things out for you, and there's only one knockout point things here also. So I definitely don't think it's the case where, like, you look at this, you're like, all right, Executor's just better than Vespiquen. They're doing slightly different things. Executor EX is definitely a more powerful card than Vespiquen, but they're different in exactly what they do. Ms. Magius is one of the cards I like a lot. I'm gonna have to make a point to try some of this. All right, gamers, it is 3:15. You all saw my little ballerina dip in here a little bit ago. I got to take her over to dance class here in a few minutes this afternoon. So we're going to go ahead and call it a wrap after just 6 hours today. I'll be back for a nice full stream. We'll be playing another tournament tomorrow afternoon as well. Appreciate everybody that hung out through the end of the stream today. If you're looking for more from me, I'm going to hit publish on a Rampardos Fighting Box deck highlight over on the Hoaglandia Pocket YouTube channel in just a couple of minutes. Just got to format the title and description. It's already uploaded and processed, so check that out if you want more from me today, and we'll be back tomorrow morning for some more live. Enjoy the rest of your Monday wherever you're at, folks. I'm popping off.